Let's see if we can't fix these cameras, because them being all over the place is a standard issue deal for a Mark Knight stream. Let's see what we can do here. Boop. Everybody's right where they should be. That's exactly what I had hoped for.
Woohoo!
Oh, let's just play an entire game like that. Just
Just the camera's all fucked up. Oh, that'd be really funny. Oh, why is there a giant picture of John in the? Oh, I know why. Because we were showing it off last week, and I didn't get rid of it.
We have other art to show off this week too. You should show off.
Yeah.
We have actual art for Max now too.
We do. Bam!
Thank you, Emmy.
Max art. There it is. Beautiful art of Maximilian. Look at that. Hellviver says, "Hot boy John."
I mean, only because I feel like I'm perpetually in hell, but you know.
I'm sorry, my games are that bad.
I mean, you know, I just want some ice water, man. But most people in hell do.
Do you see you? I see you threw the token on the map there. You can see that Maximilian's token is updated as well.
Woohoo!
Yep.
Woohoo!
Hide, Max, hide.
I can see your mouse coming towards me.
You moved the map. How'd that work out? You shouldn't be able to move the map.
I think it might have been you on Aston.
I think I might have been. I think it might have been me. It probably was me. I probably did it.
I'm the DM now.
Welcome to the Danse Macabre. It is our Wednesday D&D stream. We don't do this every week, but we do it as often as we can. We got some fun shenanigans planned for tonight, I think. We'll see what we get into. It'll definitely be dramatic no matter what it is, because this game is our soap opera game.
CW show.
Yeah.
Cue the dramatic organ music.
Our games are brought to you by FiberCode.com. Please go check them out. Whenever we hit 50 subs in a month, we give away some dice. Care of FiberCode.com. Dio still didn't get hers, and I know that, and I'm sorry. I'm a slacker. It's my fault. Don't blame them. It's me. You can just quit me now. Let's see. Otherwise, we play alternating Tuesdays, and we try to play alternating Wednesdays here on DM the Mark Knight. But I think that's all the information that we need to give out. Otherwise, let's go ahead and introduce our characters and get this show on the road.
That's what we're doing?
Yeah, okay. We're going to play some D&D.
Wow.
Alright. Hello, viewers at home. I am Bun, and I play the 12th level divination wizard known as Archie. The ungodly spawn of the deluded matron of eyes, they escaped the Underdark and are now seeking the meaning of their own dreams to warn those of the waking world that the nightmares encroach. The lights of this world flicker out one by one, but new stars have always found a way of blooming into the night. And from new stars, new dreams are made, and new dreams Archie shall weave together. Lark.
So I'm Scarlet, and I play the changeling Lark Verdigris, Warlock 11, Fighter 1, who's a little less ready than usual to serve her home city of Ravenreach, and is the impromptu co-leader of the Beacon Hill Danse Macabre team. Lark is pragmatic, logic-minded, and immaculately trained as the daughter of renowned fencing instructor Letitia Verdigris, as well as the changeling Lumiere, former servant to a certain Fae Queen of the Winter Court. Until recently, Lark was bound to the very same Fae Queen, but has instead chosen to wholly rely on her team and her city, with the Raven's Blade as her patron. She is unraveling her newest powers with the help of fierce pseudo-dragon Piosa, who has the markings of a lark and the instincts of a magpie.
Hi, I'm Johnny.
Oh.
I play Maximilian, level 6 sorcerer, level 6 paladin. Maximilian was once the rich and spoiled son of Geneva's Lord of Treasury, and now he's in the Danse Macabre, hoping to make his own way in the world. He is the nephew of Lord Arthur and Lady Beatrice, who he's trying to prove his worth to, and he's doing that by being the leader of the Danse Macabre B team.
I've already given so much. 'Tis but a pity I only have my life to give. Father John Anders is the stalwart guardian of the Beacon Hill team of the Danse Macabre. Apprenticed as a blacksmith in the Church of Thormodon, John serves as the moral compass, forge master, and divine guide for the dance. After his reunion with his younger brother Oliver, once thought lost to the darkness, John seeks to find his sister Gillian to help Lumiere find peace and to see justice brought to the things crawling in the dark. With the help of his innocent pseudo-dragon Astor and the ever-graceful Lady Verdigris, John helps to secure peace for himself and Ravenreach, and with Thormodon's tempering, shepherd the wayward Danse Macabre in this hour of darkness.
Hi, I'm David, and I play Carson Claygard. He is a half-elf blood hunter, a veteran of the dance, away from Ravenreach for a number of years, pursuing artifacts, knowledge, and ways to combat the forces of darkness. He has returned to the city to help the team in their hour of need, but carries a little of that darkness within him now.
I'm the Mork Knight. I'm your dungeon master this evening. When we last left the dance, they had begun to unwrap the gifts given to them by the Lady Alina Norloff, their nemesis, their recurring enemy. And having set up as many precautions as possible, they opened a secret chest filled with platinum and a letter. A letter addressed to them from the villainess herself. A letter which began as such.
I think I'm the one holding the letter, right?
You are. It's only you and Lark in the room. The others are outside of the heavily protected interrogation room. The the magical circle still shines around the chest, and you hold in your hands pristine white paper with a flowing hand in silver script.
Lark will read it out loud.
You don't have it. I'm the one holding it.
Yeah, well, she's peeking over your shoulder. She'll read it out loud so Piosa can also speak the words to the folks beyond the door as well.
Gotcha.
If you don't prevent her from peeking over your shoulder anyway.
The letter begins. To my dearest enemies, if you have opened this chest, then Nathaniel thinks that I am dead. At least that is the hope. I am quite certain that you are suspicious of what you have found here, as I would be if our roles were reversed. I assure you that this is by no means a gift. Far be it from me to gift such treasures to ones I so deeply hate and desire dead. No. Consider these treasures to be a web which entwines our goals. You see, the noble Duke has found that my services are no longer required. I have learned that he has planned to discard me for drawing your attention to his plans in the past. I have also discovered that he has sought power from things far more sinister and dangerous than I. things that I do not wish to be in bed with. I would prefer that he think me to be already dispatched. Yet, you may find it surprising that I do so love the city which I have called my own for so long, and I do very much value my own death and longevity. I would prefer that the dark demon to which he has become devoted not destroy either. I have good reason to believe that our purposes would align somewhat in some of these ideas. Therefore I have taken these most precious components from the hands of our mutual nemesis and given them to you. Perhaps you will find them useful. Of course, should the Duke discover that they are in your possession, I would assume he would become quite incensed, perhaps violently so. Should you tell them they came from me, and that I am alive, well, rest assured I have done enough that he would not believe such thieves as yourselves. However, you see, I do desire your assistance. I desire for you to make all of this go away for all of us. My hope is that these stolen things will aid you in some way. I hope that they will aid you in your already set course of conflict with my former master. I simply ask that you leave me, forget I exist, and make the world a nicer place for all of us by putting an end to Nathaniel's machinations once and for all. And he will never find out that you stole these things from his hands. Your beloved, Alina.
This is a bribe.
She certainly thinks highly of herself. Are you
This is
folks going to come in now?
Is it safe?
Enough, I suppose. If you wish to detect magic, you're welcome to.
I've already got it going. So,
Open the door.
this is a bribe.
If she thinks
Right.
we're going to clear off the throne to pave the way for her, she's sorely mistaken.
She has a plan.
Of course she does.
I don't know what it is yet, but she's got a plan.
At the very least, we know what she wants us to do as part of her plan. She wants the Duke removed.
She's given us specific tools that she can plan around.
I still have True Sight going. Yes, Mark? It hasn't been an hour yet, right?
No, it is not.
I'm going to kick the chest over, spilling the coins out.
Okay.
Is there a hidden bottom to this chest?
You want to know if there are as many coins as there should be in that chest?
No.
Or unpleasant surprises.
I want to know if there's anything hidden in this chest that doesn't belong. Because I can both see magical auras and see any hidden, spaces.
If the Duke is trying to track his possessions, maybe something has been left inside.
Or perhaps if Alina has led something in this chest to find us.
She did say that she can point her finger at us at any moment.
So as I kick this chest over and these platinum coins begin spilling onto the floor, is there anything magic? And is there anything hidden? I can link True Sight if need be.
No, that's
again.
Fine. You don't need to link True Sight.
It says True Seeing. This spell gives the willing creature you touch the ability to see things as they actually are. For the duration, the creature has True Sight, notices secret doors hidden by magic, and can see into the ethereal plane all out to a range of 120 feet. And I get to see pale, eyeless lark for the duration.
She has eyes. They're just also pale
Yeah.
and rimmed with charcoal. Curly almost.
I had no intention of there being a false bottom in this box, therefore, no, there is not.
Okay.
As
I'm making
interesting as
sure
it may be.
I'm making sure she didn't plant like a bug, basically, in the box, basically, or that something in the box isn't a mimic or something that is
Understood.
meant to bite us in the ass, basically.
I mean, I think the things themselves are meant to bite you in
Yes.
the ass.
More obviously, bite us in the ass.
Yes.
This is a bribe, and this money is worthless.
Not entirely worthless. Depends where we choose to spend this currency.
Do you plan to go dropping the coinage of a long forgotten empire in town?
Not in town, but you
Do
were
you
trying
plan to
to
drop it
arrange.
anywhere?
You did propose heading towards Dragonguard Keep.
Here's the thing about long dead empires. When things from them start showing up, people start asking uncomfortable questions. Like, who had this? Did they spend a bunch of it? Where did it come from? This money's worthless.
Yeah, even if the Duke can't track us, he'll try to track us through the money.
Are the folks of your order, your fellow priests, going to ask uncomfortable questions? Or should they be questions that are being asked anyways?
They're
It's
gonna
about
be
time
uncomfortable questions.
more than us. More than simply us knows what's going wrong in Ravenreach. How
Could
deep
you
the rock
reforge
goes.
them into a more mint condition present day coin?
Mark,
Or,
clarification before I
Yeah.
answer this question in character the way I think John would answer this question. Platinum is basically all but illegal. It's kind of like
Not
in
illegal. It's not illegal.
America, where like if you just dropped like a $20 gold piece on the counter at your local Walmart, yes, its currency may be worth only 20, but it is a solid gold coin, right? It is like the federal government made them illegal as currency long ago, right? Like
Platinum coins, they aren't used anymore.
Right.
They're not minted anymore. Platinum can
Right.
still spend. You can still spend platinum coins. They are not minted. They have not been minted since the fall of the Empire.
right, which was 200-ish
No.
years.
70 years ago.
70 years ago. Okay, 200 years ago was when. Sorry. Regardless.
Regardless.
Yeah.
It was, so they haven't been minted in almost 100 years, right? The only other civilization that we've seen that has used them is the Dragonborn Islands, though only people who have
Been
met
there.
the Dragonborn
Yes.
are aware of that.
It would be an entirely separate adventure to have to launder this money.
Didn't the Drow also have platinum?
I
They
think
did.
so, yeah. The Drow also used platinum. Yep.
In essence,
We either need a fence or a launderer, which
how do you know so much about? Never mind.
Scola owes us a few favors, I would say.
I don't think
But
Scholar
I
can
don't-
pay us enough for these favors.
I
Or
don't
maybe,
think we want to be
perhaps,
spending
the
these
other
in
way
Ravenreach.
around. I don't know that we can pay Scholar enough for these favors.
Well, priests always need a decent supply of platinum, do they not?
I think it's more so I don't want to include her anymore, considering how she got wound up into my mess. I don't think it's fair of us to keep asking stuff of them after that.
Well, in short, this money's basically worthless. Beyond the fact that it is in fact platinum, and platinum has its own uses, jewelry, so on and so forth.
Well, maybe someone can take up a new trade after this is over. But in the meantime, I guess lead-lined box is a decent enough solution.
I mean, once I put it back and send it back, it doesn't really matter. You can't track it.
True. Well, Piosa did abscond with a few of them. I'm surely added them to his hoard already. But I could use a couple for a component. I have a spell that needs something that can be forged with this anyway.
All right. We'll table that for now. Carson, I shudder to ask this question. Please tell me what you know about the machinations of the undead.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, or are you trying to get something specific out of this?
I may need to refine the question a little bit. There
Yeah.
are undead that are mindless beings.
No,
Yes,
the
no.
intelligent type.
A vampiress who wants us to off her vampire lord, for instance.
But what are you asking of Carson? Like, are you asking?
Undead beings that retain the rational reasoning mind of standard humanoids. They are typically potent spellcasters. Those who have strayed down the path of necromancy or been corrupted by those who have. So I have to ask, is this really the time to be having a lecture on the theoretical when there is a former comrade of yours out there in the city who might be in danger?
I don't know how to find him, unfortunately.
I do.
You do.
I can't scry on him on the account of him having the medallion that you have forged for us, but I can send a message to him.
I've already done that. He will not answer.
He will not answer.
What
Well,
about Edgar?
That's
Oh.
true.
You can scry on Edgar.
All right. Well, wait, do I have it attuned? Let me see. Yep, I do have it attuned. One moment.
While we consider the ramifications of that, we need to warn our friends. They are in mortal peril.
You mean Lady Bia and Lord Arthur?
Not just them.
Everyone. The
Specifically
amber
Mirth.
glows.
Mirth would be the first person I think should be warned. He can send anyone. The other thing...
Scola. Certainly Scola.
Actually, no. I want to contact someone else first. But the rest will be warned in time.
Who is it?
Luna. She's one of the only people I think could be trusted with this information right now.
And not Mirth? Are they not comrades in arms?
I think we have seen how bargains with otherworldly entities have fared for us in particular. I would hate to think that whoever gives Mirth assistance may be peeking in every now and then, considering I don't know who they are. I'm going to cast Sending to Miss Luna Avala. I've got to figure out what the wording is, but I will put that in the crossover chat.
Go for it.
Not right now, but at some point.
Okay.
I have officially given a warning to Luna, who is the most cautious member of the Dark and Hungry God group,
Okay.
or who I think to be the most cautious member of the Dark and Hungry God group. And I will put a post in. Nora can respond to it. It's only going to be 25 words.
That's fine.
Yeah, and we'll go from there. Can you scry on Edgar?
Yes. I've been performing this ritual now.
Okay.
Oh wait, actually, the item still casts it as normal, or is it an action? I need to check.
Either way.
Yeah, either way, yeah.
Maximilian and Carson, I will need your assistance later. When we're done with this.
Save DC 17 with this scrying spell.
I don't think Edgar's wisdom is particularly high. He might not actually be able to pass that.
Yeah, I don't think he can.
He has the -5 because of familiarity.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
I still think we should sell some of this platinum to the Emberglows. Perhaps they can use it for their workings and melt it down so it's not in a recognizable form or a traceable form.
You understand that if they get caught with it, they will almost assuredly be killed for it.
If it's in another form.
This stuff is really hard to come by. Really, really hard to come by.
I think we need to better equip our recruits. I think we could use some of the coin to purchase spell scrolls for the young students studying along Archie. Equip them with mage armor and shield and other spells that would be quite useful.
And you are willing to risk Mr. and Mrs. Emberglow's lives when they have very little protection of their own.
I don't think platinum is entirely impossible to disguise or impossible to use. I'm sure they have some potential legitimate channels to acquire such
The problem
things.
is not them using it or having it. The problem is the questions that will arise if they get caught with it.
Then perhaps we need a visit to Dragon Guard Keep after all.
Scrying.
Scrying on Edgar. That's happening, Archie?
Yes.
Okay. You set the crystal ball gifted to you by Luna, and you cast the scrying spell upon it, focusing in on the raven, familiar of your compatriot. Where is Edgar right now? Edgar is flying above the city in widening circles, as if searching.
Does he ever get close to the mansion?
No.
To having support? No.
How
Just
long
searching.
can you scry upon someone with the spell?
10
10
minutes.
10 minutes.
Okay. You watch as Edgar is flying, and you notice the areas that he swoops closer to. Various cemeteries on the side of town where all of you found Theo in the loving embrace of his long dead wife. Edgar is searching for signs, flying low over the cemeteries and circling, and then widening his search out further.
I say to everyone, does he seem, I know this is hard to gain from it, but does he seem fretful or like in a sort of a state?
More intent. Concentrating, focused on like looking for details. No, he doesn't seem fretful or nervous in any way.
Oh, not nervous.
He seems to be searching something. I don't know if Theo abandoned him or if he's searching on Theo's part. I can't tell. But
That is heartrending.
Well,
I could call for him and then meet with him.
Carson,
What he knows, Theo will know. If he knows the password, Theo will know the password.
Carson, can you track people? You've spent a lot of time alone.
I have former associates here in the city that I can perhaps send word to in terms of tracking people. But if our interest is in locating Theo as quickly as possible, you did indicate that he had possibly taken his ghouls with him. I have ways of finding things that lurk in the dark, the traces they leave. It shouldn't take me too long. Do you wish to go as a group to show up there in support of him? I am a stranger to him. It would perhaps be helpful for you to be there with me.
We don't know how much trouble he's in right now. If he needs help getting extricated from his situation.
Or if he's forsaken the path entirely. I hate to think such of him, but I think we need to be prepared for both eventualities. If the choice is Theo or Ravenreach, the choice always has to be Ravenreach.
He is a member of the Danse. He swore the oaths. Whether he intends to uphold them or not, we have a responsibility to keep him safe from those that might be coming for him. Much as I personally have a distaste for those who pursue his particular arcane tradition, I am not the one who should be making the call of how we deal with him. I will find him for you, and you can make the decision of what happens after that. I will fetch my things and meet you out front.
That is fine. I would still like a word with you and Maximilian laid out this evening.
All right. And as we're individually exiting this room, and I look back at all the gold coins.
They're platinum, not
or
gold.
platinum coins. I look back at all of them, and I say to like everybody in general, maybe Elena really does want us to forget her. If she's messed up in this lifetime, she can just wait until we're all dead to succeed in the next one. If she holds on to her eternal life that long, and then I'll get ready.
Before we go, Carson, do you have any extraplanar sigils at your disposal? Something you ran across in your research?
As far as extraplanar, I have a lot of things that would be distasteful, but representative of the outer planes. A lot of stuff from the abyss or
Lower?
the hells.
Yes.
Okay.
We were looking for something more on the positive side of the outer planes. I'm afraid I can't be much help to you in that one. Perhaps John can call on some of his colleagues.
My thanks, Carson. These sorts of things, I guess, become a good luck charm as well as a spellcasting focus, so I'd rather have something that brings light rather than darkness.
I will say, based on your reports, I would say it is skill and not luck that has kept you safe so far. But I would not begrudge anybody having a little bit of spiritual faith.
As we're walking down the hall, having cleaned up the things, John is going to say to Maximilian privately, Theodore is looking for his wife. He is looking for signs of where they have been. Because we didn't tell him. We may still be able to stop him. We know where to look. We should set up a stakeout.
Okay, so he's in the process of searching. Do you think, hear out this plan, we lead Edgar intentionally to a different cemetery? If we know that he's searching, we can mislead him into going away from her and not towards her.
I don't know. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Edgar's a raven, and he's bound to catch notice of anything shiny. That's his nature. Maybe he'll be able to track us to the wrong cemetery.
I have a more cruel plan.
Okay. Which is... Oh.
I
Do
could
you
kill
intend...
Edgar,
Oh.
and then when, after a short while, we could have Archie cast scrying again and see where Edgar is then. Because Theo will have to resummon him.
True.
You forget that I can fly, Maximilian.
Hmm.
And I can also cast spells.
I think we don't have to... I think we can... If Carson is as good as he says he is at tracking, we can find Theo without going through all this trouble.
That makes sense.
If we just find where the ghouls are, we can find Theo. We just have to do it. We just have to do it before Meridia signals back. Well, what time is it? What time of
It's
day?
the middle of the day. It's like early in the right before lunch, I think, is my understanding of it. Because
Yes.
Lark and I went out for a
Okay.
morning date.
Yeah. So we have only until sundown, because if Meridia and the others leave their den, then Edgar will know where to. Edgar and by extension Theo will know where to look. So we just have to intercept him before then.
What should we do, Max? I'm not asking you this. Are you prepared to take Theo's life?
Oh, does
You
it have to
understand?
be me?
No, not you. I am asking you, are you prepared to do this? If it must be done.
Theo can get Lord Arthur and Lady Beatrice killed if he goes to their side, won't he?
Yes. He can get all of us killed.
Then I have no choice. I can't let him betray us.
I don't want to have to.
I don't want to have to either. It's not up to us. It'll be up to Theo. What he decides is, yeah.
You're just the out of focus guy.
My camera is so blurry right now. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure it out.
You're
Are you
good.
in a witness protection program over there?
I mean, he was Italian and he is Italian and did live in Jersey, so we'll
Leave it at that.
we'll leave it at
Try
that.
wiping the
Forget
camera.
about it.
There might be some grime on it that it's trying to.
Yeah, do you have a rag or eyeglass cleaner?
He needs Archie's like dream voice modulator.
Shut off your camera
Yeah,
and then
that's
turn it
what
back
I'm
on.
gonna do. That is
Um,
what I'm about to do.
I will just continue with Max, I guess.
Yes.
I was just like hard to ignore the ever-growing antics of Mark being like gonna get fucking Mark's camera in the witness protection program.
Ignore the man behind the curtain. There. Much better.
Well, you have worked with him longer than I have. And my opinion of him is very low. I do not know why your aunt believed in him or chose to trust him. And I don't know what to do anymore.
I think it's not any of us. It's just that Theo's lost after our encounter with Lady Elena. Maybe he's lost faith in his ability to bring back his wife.
I understand. You can move the camera at this point.
Yeah.
That's all I have asked Max and told him the things that I have need to tell him and asked the questions that I needed to ask him.
Yeah. It won't be my it won't be my first instinct to strike him down, but if you need me to, I'll do it.
I hope it doesn't come to that.
So are all of you preparing to go in search of Theo?
Yeah,
Yes.
takes a moment to. Oh, sorry.
With no spell.
Max has a second level spell slot.
I guess save that for a smite, because you're gonna need it.
Lark seeks out Lumiere and tells him where the group is headed out to,
Okay.
and she'll also look for Angelica as well to let her know that they're heading out.
Okay.
Let's have a full rest first.
Are you
And-
leaving? Is your intent to leave Lumiere and Angelica here to kind of hold the fort while you guys go?
I
Oh.
believe so.
We can't. Do we want Angelica? No, this would be the death of her mentor.
I think
Let's not
this would
traumatize
be
her.
a little too wrenching for Angelica.
We dropped you off at a farm on the outskirts of Ravenreach.
Well, what's worse? What's
Ran away to join the
worse?
circus.
He ran away to train the circus.
Lark will also take the opportunity to explain to Angelica that her patron is no longer a Fae Queen. It is now the Raven's Blade, and that deals with Fae benefit only them. So be wary of making pacts with such entities. What she can earn on her own is far more honest and will not extract such a price of her.
Angelica nods as she listens to your warning and says, "It's been quite thoroughly instilled in me to be careful of the things that, well, the things that can put, things that cause unnecessary temptation, such as necromancy and well, now pacts with otherworldly beings. You can rest assured I'll be quite careful with the things I make contact with." And then she picks up her Displacer Beast kitten off the ground and cuddles it in her arms.
That reminds me, I do have a gift for you, since you are de facto a member of the team. And Lark will extract from her pocket a small glass jar that has a shriveled monster hand in it that she picked up from the Ember Glows.
Ooh.
Slightly necromantic, not terribly so, but thought this curiosity might pique your interest.
Angelica takes it with absolute eagerness, and her eyes are wide as she examines it. Lovely. Oh, thank you.
Excellent. Well, I'll leave you to that, and we'll go take care of our less pleasant work.
Do you see what I have? She starts showing it to her familiar.
Which I imagine is already trying to bat it off of a table somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure.
I have one thing that we can do. Trying to find Theodore. And it's risky.
What was that?
I have one thing we can do to try and find Theodore, and it's very risky though.
Let's call that Plan B. I want to see what Carson can do.
Yeah. I was basically just insinuating I can contact Dandra.
Oh,
Dandra, but Requiem. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Requiem. Yeah, right.
I might know, but not know what Requiem would know.
Perhaps more immediate means of searching may be the first step.
Yeah. The first step, yeah.
Carson, what are you doing to prepare to
I've
track or search for the lost necromancer?
So Carson has gone and collected his gear, is basically just strapping on, ready to go out for what is going to be a hunt, essentially. Has a sort of handy travel pack of his herbalism kit with him, and is just like fumbling through, making sure that he has some of the things that he's going to need, and is going to wait and meet the team out front, and basically just say like, take me to like the location of where he was keeping his undead. I will see if I can pick up the trail from there.
The team takes you several blocks from Tyminster Court to what looks to be a recently restored manor house and chapel, leading you not into the house, but over the lawn and into a courtyard. They take you to a room which may have at one point been cold storage, but shows the clear traces of cadavers, old bloodstains, some a little fresher than others. Your nostrils flare as you can get a whiff, a scent of the ghoul corpses that had at some point been laying here upon a slab in the center of the room. Barrels that are stained line some walls, and various medical instruments and alchemical concoctions line the walls. Vials of pickled organs and a variety of books and journals on anatomy, medicine, stitching, and embalming and entombing line several bookshelves. This is Theo's laboratory, far darker than it should be, and with the scent of undeath.
Barrels. Tool of smugglers and necromancers. I don't know why, but a lot of them seem to prefer keeping their undead in barrels. I guess it's a convenient way to transport them. It's not right to use a dead body in that way.
When we arrived at the house.
Or and Carson's gonna fumble through his Howardism kit and just get like a sprig of mint and have that like prepped and ready to just be chewing on a little bit. I'm told I can get a bit direct when I'm on the hunt, overly focused. If you find that I'm not responding to you, I don't mean to be rude. I need to focus on the trail. It's gonna speak in Elvish. And just mumble like a little bit of like an incantation just to like focus the mind as he sort of like chews on the mint, sort of inhales deeply to have like the sort of mint fragrance clear his sinuses. As a wolf in the woods, the hunt begins. And the sort of veins in his forehead around the scar sort of stand out quite sharply, just pulsing, throbbing a little bit intently as he takes several deep breaths and then sort of opens his eyes. Pupils very, very dilated, and just without saying a word, turns and starts to just stride off confidently in a direction. And I will make a survival roll to track.
Yes.
Oh, for the love of God.
Do
You
you
have
get
advantage, right?
Do you get benefits from your abilities as a blood hunter?
I get advantage to track undead creatures.
Alrighty.
It's a good start.
Nice.
That's pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good.
I'm gonna just remove what's here for now.
Through this
Yeah,
time
because here's
period.
the deal. Here's the
sorry.
deal. We know he might have put some of the skeletons in the bag, but Boney is definitely just in a cloak with him.
Yes.
Theo's an idiot.
Oh, no, that's not
Low
what
whiz. Low whiz. We'll just say that. But
when
I did consider bringing it up when the plan was, we'll scry on Edgar, and I'm like, if he's a sensible wizard, then he'll have sent his familiar away to a pocket dimension where it can't be scried upon. Pretty big if, though, when it comes to Theo.
Pretty big if.
through this entire process of Carson like getting his bearings and trying to find minute clues, Lark is mentally arguing with Piosa, who's trying to lay claim to the shiniest metal implements in the room. And she's saying, like, no, you can definitely not have these.
Yeah.
Mentally.
Many of them are crusted
It's
with...
a battle of the wills.
Yeah. Many of them are crusted and with blood and bits of things.
Too much gore. Not something suitable for a nest.
No, not at all. Birds never have gore in nests, and neither do dragons.
Can I do as an aside to John? Hey, remember how you were thinking of killing Edgar? I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but I'm probably gonna have to ask you to. Edgar can't know we're coming because if he sees us from the sky, Theo will start running.
I'll have to know when he's in range.
Yeah.
So I'll keep a lookout for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can cast invisibility over all of us, if you like. It would be one of my 2 spells, but it's possible. For an hour.
I don't... Maybe. It's up to you. But I don't know if that's how we want to approach Theo.
I guess it would
Is
give
that-
4 of us.
Then no. Unless you want to approach Theo seemingly on your own to try to convince him to come back.
I could be anyone.
Oh. Okay. Let's...
I could be Meridian if
Hurry
we want to bring
along.
him to us, honestly.
Not during daytime.
Well, he doesn't know who Costin is.
That's true.
And he doesn't know who, well, Lark is whenever she's disguised. So perhaps it would be wise for the rest of us to be invisible.
Sure. I'll
Okay.
get Piosa as well, contained within.
Okay.
And Mother can ride with me if that's an issue for you, Archie, unless you prefer to dismiss her.
I'll just for the time being. The only issue is that I myself don't have any way of concealing.
My invisibility will cover.
You'll be invisible
all
with
of
me, and there's just the 3 of us will be invisible. Me, Maximilian, and Archie will be invisible.
Oh, 4. And Carson. Oh, wait.
Well, Carson
You
doesn't
won't
need
be
to be invisible. He doesn't know.
And
Theo doesn't know who
Piosa.
Carson is.
Yeah. Carson, would you prefer to be invisible? He doesn't know you, but he might think you're a stranger coming to...
Carson, while they're having this conversation, you have picked up clear and obvious signs of the passage of undead out of the courtyard and heading to the heading in the direction of the hall quarter of the city.
It should be all right. It works a little bit better in the forests and the woodlands. It's magic of my mother's people. But it's a little bit of what I can do. Yeah, he's gonna rummage around in his herbalism kit again and just take out a bundle of herbs. Stop just like a lamplight where there's enough of like a flame burning in a candle to just like lightly scorch them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Grind it up in his hand, and then just stand before the group, blow it out, whisper a couple of words, and cast Pass Without Trace over the entire party.
Nice.
How long do I got left on that hour? Half an hour?
Yeah,
you
I was
think?
going to say about half an hour, yeah.
Well, I can see everybody that's still invisible.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
God damn it, this is weird.
Yeah,
This
Lark
is so
will
fucking weird.
we'll double up. We'll have invisibility on you folks as well, just for safety. And Lark will
That means
With
switch to her
advantage.
male disguise and toss a gardener's cloak over top.
that means that everybody gets to roll stealth for the next hour with advantage and plus 10. So if you ever think that you might possibly be found, you will not.
29, Mark.
Yes, I'm aware. 26, 29, 22, and somehow Max still ends up with an 18.
I think we're going to beat his passive perception, which is probably like 12.
Yes. But still.
I will say before we left, I would have given myself what's it called? Shit. Gift of Alacrity.
Yeah.
The clinking of Maximilian's armor is muffled by the spell Pass Without Trace. But if you listen very, very closely, you can still hear it on the wind. A half-elf somewhere in Geneva hears Maximilian sneaking along.
What?
You can hear my heavy footfalls. Everything about me is quiet except I'm on the cobblestones just clinking on the pavement.
Can mark it that as the Forge's wind chimes.
You didn't
We
roll
have-
with disadvantage, right? Because you have advantage from being invisible, so it would just be even.
Oh, it would just be even.
It would just be
oh,
even.
Yeah, but it's still an 8.
It's still an 8. Yeah. It's still an 18. Hey, it could be worse. Alright. It's odd to move through the city in broad daylight and go completely unnoticed by people in the streets. The only...
Lark,
What's
I'll
that?
follow from the air.
ask Lark who's she coming as.
She's wearing one of the. So she switched her shift weave to the nondescript male one, and she tossed a somewhat threadbare gardener's cloak out of the shed over top, just on the off chance that Theo might recognize her other outfit. Doesn't seem like he pays too terrifically much attention, but she doesn't expect much. She kind of looks
I bring
like
up
a
whatever.
down on her luck merchant. She's following not too far behind Carson, kind of ambling, strolling, rolling
Just
gait.
remaining unobtrusive. Okay.
I'll follow in the air. Because
Understood.
that's something I can do. And I'll keep looking for Edgar.
Sure. Carson, in spite of... So, the city of Ravenreach is like a city of duality. During the day, it is a hustling, bustling, prominent city on the coast of Oregon, and there are today is no different. Though the city is perpetually overcast and dreary, people still need to make a living. People still shop. People still have business and businesses to run. And so the streets are full. But regardless of this, Carson, to your knowing gaze, the obvious passage of a creature not wholly alive and not wholly dead moving through the city is painfully obvious. It heads the traces of this being head in a path across the main thoroughfare of the city, but avoid the center of it. And eventually moves through back alleys and past the cemetery here and continues in the direction of the hall, quarter of the city. I will need you to make another survival roll as you move through town and out of these alleys and back into the throng and crowd. What were you going to ask, Maximilian?
Oh, not that Maximilian would know this, but Theo's old place that was attacked by the Horde Order. I don't know if this would resonate with any of the other members, but is it in that direction? Are we like going back to his old house?
You're definitely headed in that direction, yes.
Okay. Not that Maximilian's going to be the one to bring it up, because he did not care then.
Carson, as you reach this secondary juncture, this other gate of the city, it becomes a bit more difficult to find the signs of Boney's passage. But you are fairly quickly able to start picking them up again. It's just that there's much more traffic this close to one of the city gates than there was near the manor. It continues across this main thoroughfare and through the Hall district in the direction of this gate here, the kind of southeastern most gate. You find yourself at the exit to the sunrise quarter of the city. The tracks lead out of town. They had stopped for a moment near a building, a small library, where they had circled before heading out of town this way.
This really does feel like Theo's about to die, because we're circling back to all of the prominent places in his life where he worked, where he lived, and we're probably going to his wife's grave.
John will float down near Maximilian and say, "Max, I can still see you. I don't know how much longer this will last. Shh, be cool.
Be cool.
Be cool, motherfucker, be cool."
It has been
we're getting close.
tracking, and you're moving slowly through the city. You are getting close to the time where this spell will run out for you, John.
Do you think he has ascertained the location of the tomb?
For context, which tomb are Meridia's or?
The tomb
Meridia's.
of Eden Volkmar.
Oh.
Doesn't seem to both now.
Oh, that's in the west direction, right?
I don't know where
We would-
this orientation is for this map. I don't know if he's heading south out of town
Let me pull
To-
up.
towards Darkhaven. I don't know this. Like, me, the player.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the map. So the water is here. So that gate would certainly be the gate you would have had to leave out of. Is one of the gates you could leave out of to head to Darkhaven, yes.
Oh boy.
Because you can see that the water is here.
Yeah.
So if
Even
you
if, yeah.
orient this map,
It's either this one or the other one.
it's, yeah, one of these gates would head
Yeah.
in the direction of Darkhaven.
Even if he's headed there, he can't leave without his wife. He can't. He'll still need to come back for her body, or for her.
I don't know. This is looking worse and worse.
He hasn't left the city. If Edgar's nearby, if Edgar's still circling the city, then he's still looking for something. There's something here keeping him here.
Please, don't mind me. And John is going to kind of take Maximilian's hand. When I lose my sight, I won't be able to find you again. So, this is a way for us to communicate. For now. And John is going to, like, basically, like, hold on to, like, Maximilian's, like, shoulder, or, like... We are now walking together, basically. And as long as I have a hold of him, he might be invisible, but I know where he's at.
Max is just like this.
First of all, Emmy, Dio, where are you for this? Is this not ship territory enough for you? And
Emmy's dying.
also,
I mean, Emmy's not dying. Dio is the one dying.
Oh
Like-
no, Emmy had to go to the game or something, right?
Dio said no, it isn't. He literally held Maximilian's hand. That's not ship material enough for you? That's fine. I won't be able to see you after this.
We're talking about killing a mutual friend. It's not very shippable.
They have standards. We have standards.
It's a real boner killer.
I mean, it already came up in chat, Hannibal. Like, there was a lot of shipping that went on in that fandom, and that's all about killing mutual friends.
Emmy said, no, I'm dying. Helviver said, don't worry, no need to worry about Maximilian. He has a level 2 spell slot.
Continuing along Carson's...
Yes. You... you head out the gate of the city.
I can't understand why he would have come out here. Unless he has some kind of...
We're not near you,
lair
are we?
set up.
I think Archie would be, because Archie would be like. I think Archie would be the closest to.
Does he have known
Not wanting to get
associates in any of the outlying villages?
There is
Does he have
a lot of
somebody he
things
might
out
go
towards
to?
Darkhaven. Darkhaven to the south. There's many things you could call upon, and we encountered in our previous mission down to Darkhaven what might be a temple to a. Do you know of Eden Volkmar?
You know my feelings on necromancers, so do you really need to ask?
No, I just need to make sure. Well, I wish I could let you sit down, but he's probably heading that way. He's heading towards a temple, what was suspected to be his resting place.
We're painting a really great picture for Theo. For Carson.
Sorry, Carson, yeah.
You
I understand
It's
that he
not-
is possibly not in his right mind.
Possibly not.
I
He
will
was
understand
almost
you, but
infatuated with the place. So,
you are the ones who know him best, so I will let you make that decision. I cannot offer the same clemency to any minions that he has with him. I think it is in my best interest to locate him quickly and stop this foolhardy errand that he is on wherever he is traveling to. He needs to be brought back safely to Tyminster Court and make sure that he is in his right mind.
Is Carson just worried about ensuring that everything is in line, or is he been deeply disturbed at the mention of Enid Volkmar? This is just me. You can say if this is an insight or if it's an obvious thing, or
It's more to the degree that you've said, like, oh, it's the supposed resting place of Enid Volkmar, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, and I've got a piece of the True Cross to sell you. Like his entire career for the past 10 years has been like exploring Oregon and going to places, and so the idea that it would have been a day's travel outside of the city and he just never found it, to him it's like, well, that's clearly ridiculous. Like he thinks that Theo's like believes that he's going there, but is like, it's just going to be a cave with maybe a couple of dead people in it, but like it can't really be the resting place of Enid Volkmar.
We sensed a powerful undead presence within it. Oh well, Maximilian. Was that retconned or was that true? Still hold on.
I mean, Max still found it.
Yeah.
It's yes.
A powerful undead essence resides in there.
As you
could have been,
continue out of the city, you reach the outlying kind of urban sprawl that is that lies outside the walls. The Sunrise Quarter, that's just kind of more or less the kind of lower class ramshackle homes that you find clinging to the walls of a city, and you move beyond them to the rocky hills just outside of Ravenreach. Not far outside of that sprawl, to a small hill, one that all of you would recognize in the dark, all of you except Carson. A hill with a lone tree sitting atop it. And there, in the distance, Carson, as you see this hill with this tree, you see a cloaked figure sitting hunched beneath the tree with a bag.
Never have been more scared with that fucking bag now.
I'm not.
The tracks of the undead lead there. the bony footprints, both actually bony footprints and humorously bony footprints, lead to that figure and that bag on that hill.
As we get close, does it look like he's conscious? Or do I think that maybe he's trying to see through Edgar's eyes right now?
I've been looking for Edgar, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I need a perception check for you, John.
I should have hit the table.
You've seen many ravens in Ravenreach.
It's fair. I mean, I've been looking throughout the course of this entire time. That's my question, because like you
Understandable.
made Carson make multiple
Yeah,
checks.
I had to make a couple checks. Because go ahead and give me a second perception check.
16.
Much better.
I mean, my passive is 18. Like,
Understood. Carson up in the distance on this hill. Maximilian, you asked the question. You see again. It's a figure. Kind of looks like their knees are up and their head is down. And they're sitting against this tree. Kind of cloaked and sitting in the shade of the tree.
I kind of wish Scarlet was here right now.
John,
mm-hmm.
you have been watching for Edgar and have been, again, there are a lot of ravens in Ravenreach, but then as you watch as your companions walk out the gate towards the sunrise quarter of town, and you do a quick sweep of the city, and you watch a single raven fly down and move close in the direction of a small cemetery.
Okay.
And begin to circle that cemetery as if searching. That's definitely Edgar.
Okay. Where does he go after searching in that cemetery? And have I been to that cemetery, or maybe more importantly, has Piosa been to that cemetery before?
Yes. After circling, he moves back up into the sky and continues to fly slowly in circles around the city, kind of swooping down every now and then as you keep your eyes on him. Again, just kind of searching for signs.
I guess my question is, has Piosa been to that cemetery? What I'm trying to see is, is this the cemetery that Piosa has been to? And
Yes.
if so,
Yes, it is.
does Edgar fly back to report he found something to...
I understand what you were asking.
Yeah.
I knew what you were asking. Yes, this is the cemetery that Piosa has been to. Edgar swoops down and looks around that cemetery and then flies back up into the air to continues to fly slowly around the city.
Okay. But I don't see him go to, like, report in, basically.
Not that you can tell. It looks like he is flying and then he swoops down again closer to the area of Norlov Manor.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
I can't search for him.
I know. You're keeping an eye on Edgar. If you stay, you can follow Edgar if you'd want, and see if he goes to Theo. but he hasn't yet. That's all you've
Okay.
seen him do.
That's fair.
Okay?
All right.
That's what you see him do when you immediately catch sight of him.
Okay.
So you have two choices. You can follow Edgar. We can follow you following Edgar, or you can stay with your party. And Carson, you've spotted. You've found the end of your tracking up on the hill ahead. Why don't we take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
That's fair. To the other player.
Okay. Yeah. Once we go live. Oh, hello.
Yeah, we're live.
Can I like nudge Carson? Be like, check it out.
Yes, you can do exactly that if you want.
Yeah, I just like whisper.
Oh,
Like-
hey, she's back. Never mind.
Oh, whoa, hey! Okay.
Yep, much more enjoyable place to be.
Well, we took a quick
Weren't
break.
you with your husband just now?
Yeah, he has an assignment that's due at midnight, and yeah, good time to ask the wife. Not when she has free time, but when she's in the middle of stuff. All right.
So to recap, we have approached a hill with a lone tree.
Where
With a
we
clo-
encountered Meridia.
Yeah, with a cloaked
And
figure.
There's a cloaked figure with bony feet
No.
tracks leading to him.
Yes. Yes.
But it might not be Boney, or we don't know if it's Boney or if it's Theo.
Yes.
Because it has the
And
bag.
that's yeah, it has the bag. And you are visible. So is Carson, and you two are approaching the body,
The figure. I think
the
it's
figure.
I was more looking for exactly how. Like, what is your reaction once you see this figure?
Suspicious.
I know what Archie's reaction should be.
What's that?
You should try to scry on it. Because if you can't scry on it, then it's Theo. And if you can scry on
Yeah.
it, it's Boney.
Let's just wait here for 10 minutes.
Yeah. Let's just wait here for 10 minutes. The bottom of this hill. How long does the cast take? What's the casting time on scrying?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. But he could duck into a nearby alleyway and try to scry on the figure that he saw. You know what I mean?
You'd have to go back in the city, but
If I did, I'd remove the invisibility too.
Sure, but I mean, at that point, it's kind of game on, right? Like,
Well, you guys tell me what you're doing. I'm not gonna.
I could just message him. I could just
I'm-
literally just message him.
casting a spell is going to break it anyway.
Yeah.
Like,
I know.
No, like it's a if you attack.
or cast a
Or
spell.
Or cast a spell.
Uh,
I could channel divinity. That won't break it because channel divinity isn't casting a spell.
how tall is this figure? Is this figure Theo height or is this figure Boney?
They're
height?
not standing.
Is this figure hunched over?
They're hunched
Sorry,
over.
they're not standing. They're sitting. They're sitting against the tree, with their knees up, and their head down, and they are cloaked. Yes, like that. It is hard to
Oh.
get a good estimate of what they look like. Once they come into
Knowing-
view, I don't know how close you're getting. I don't know if you're stopping once they come into view, if you're going to continue to move forward. Like, what are you
What
doing
does
once you see this?
Piosa smell? Because Piosa's invisible.
How close
Does he
is Piosa getting? This is the question I'm asking. Like,
Downwind. Downwind.
do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not like 10 feet from this person. You're
He's
like yards and yards away and see this figure sitting
Yeah.
on the hill where you met Meridia for the first time, sitting against this tree. Like, I want to know what, like, are you sending Piosa up close to find out if this, what are you doing? Tell me what you're doing.
And there's only one set of footprints, eh?
Carson is specifically good at tracking undead. So he has been tracking Theo's undead to find Theo. To pick out undead footprints or undead signs of undead moving through the city specifically, rather than trying to find a lone set of footprints of someone he doesn't know in a city full of strangers, if that makes sense.
Well, now that we're in a rather undisturbed area and we're at a distance, I think I'd like to assist Carson in checking if there's another pair of footprints that aren't bone-related or seem to belong to Theo.
That go up
Or
to
what
the hill.
have you. Oh, just like where we're at right now before we approach the hill.
Sure.
Because we're in the path that whatever this was took, yes?
Well, if you'd like to do that, I will need another survival roll. Obviously at advantage, because of your assistance. To attempt to ascertain whether there is more than one set of footprints that relate to the bony footprints that you've been following. 20. There are... No. I'm going to just say no. I'm going to say that you have the skills and abilities to determine that no, like the footprints of this figure are alone, and they are more likely than not undead.
Well, I guess we can put this one down.
Can I assume that we've been communicating through Piosa this entire time?
I think it's a fair assumption that
You guys
you
are
are
nearby anyway.
capable of doing so.
Okay.
It's common
Then I'm
practice
going to
among you.
Yeah, I'm going to telegraph to Carson. What was that library back there?
John's lived here his whole life. What was the library like? We have people who've lived in this fucking city their entire goddamn lives. Like,
Yeah, it's just a small local library to that part of town.
Is this the one Angelica found her book in?
Yes. Probably.
Interesting.
More likely than not.
Lark will mention that because I believe she's the one that had that
Conversation with Angelica.
Well, home turf advantage, I suppose, for everyone's favorite necromancer.
favorite.
If this one here is one of his minions, it means that at least for the moment it must still be under his control. If not, it wouldn't just be sitting there. Why would he have sent one of his creations to this place? Is it a place of importance to him?
It's where we encountered his wife for the first time in her undead form. Perhaps he sent Bonnie to await her return. Or perhaps he's in the library and left him out like a pet dog tied to a post, out of sight and out of trouble for otherwise suspicious townsfolk. Though you would have think he'd scoured such a small library top to bottom many years ago. He left his treasured book in there.
But that's where his original research was in trying to bring her back, wouldn't it?
Perhaps. It's worth peeking inside anyways. I can leave Piosa posted here in case Bonnie moves or goes anywhere.
Won't hurt. I'll double back to the library.
All right.
John, as you double back to the library, you see Edgar swoop down towards the roof of the library and land on like a gabled window. Kind of push it open a little with his beak and scuttle inside.
I'm going to cast a sending towards Because I'm alone at this point.
Do it to Piosa or Lark.
Or Theo.
Going to send it to Lark. And the sending is Theo in library. Like, as a question. Like, with a question mark, basically. Like, Theo in library?
You want library?
Bees?
Bees? Theo in library. Destroy Boney. Come at once. Theo has probably ascertained Meridia's location. Be prepared to fight. Love, John. Like I have to like I have two hugs and kisses, John.
Yeah.
Like
Kiss, kiss.
It's XX.
XO.
XO.
John.
Gossip girl.
That's 25.
No gossip for this one because it's telepathic, but we'll put him to rest. Stay safe. We'll attempt silence. Take care.
I'm still invisible. I'm gonna hover up to the window that Edgar just poked himself into.
Mm-hmm.
And what?
You're not still invisible.
Oh,
not-
No, you just can't
because he
send it.
cast a spell.
Oh, that's fair. I can sit on the roof. Well, I could have looked in before I turned invisible. Either way,
Before
Turn
you
on
cast it.
invisible.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Either way, I can either sit on the awning of the roof, right, and just kind of patiently wait, or nobody. I mean, people can see me, right? But like,
I mean, you fly
Or-
around the city anyway. What's the matter if somebody sees you sitting
yeah,
on a
pretty
roof?
much. Pretty much. I'll kind of like look down in the. What do I see in the library?
Small. Yes, Helviver. You definitely see books.
Any naughty librarians? Inquiring minds want to know.
Any rock gnomes?
Any rock gnomes?
Is Theo at the children's section?
Yes, it's going to be coloring books for Christmas from now on.
Yes, he's reading Hannibal's Day at the Park and coloring in bright strokes of red.
It's just that he's just reading that. It's a picture book of the movie Fargo. He's at the wood chipper scene.
Yes.
Meow.
Okay. You peer in. You peer inside. There are several tightly packed rows of books, of like bookshelves in the building, and a small, like, area for long wooden tables and chairs. Very small. Like, everything is tightly packed in the building. There's a well, there's Theo at the table
Oh,
talking with Edgar in his way. They're arguing back and forth in hushed tones. The librarian is slumped in a chair behind what looks like a main desk by the front. But they are clearly not conscious. They're slumped.
But breathing?
We don't know. I can't see from here.
Okay. Shall we?
So who's
I'm
not
gonna
here
just. I know, but.
Lark shares all this information, or most of the message, anyways, with the rest of you guys. We have Boney to dispatch. John would like him put to rest. I wouldn't mind terribly either, actually, at this point.
Yeah.
Terrible
So-
organ playing.
Okay. So in that case, I'm going to destroy Boney.
damn. Just murk the guy. He's just chilling.
He's just a skeleton.
Yeah.
He's just chilling.
So how are you destroying Boney?
Weirdly, just very like no passion to it. Like this is something I have to do.
You just walk
Like,
up to
I
him
don't want-
invisibly and
Just walk up to him and just goes, yeah.
go ahead. You have advantage to hit Boney with the whip sword
Oh, whoops.
because you're invisible.
I mean, he's gonna smoke Boney. He can do way more than enough damage.
Mm-hmm.
24, and I guess I could make that like a blade cantrip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
15 plus a couple more D8. Boney's
Yeah,
Dust.
Boney's dust.
I have to grab the cat. He's climbing somewhere he should not. But I'm still here.
Oh, whoops, that's firebolt.
that was a good damage roll,
This
but
one.
still, yeah.
This one, 6 additional 6 damage, whatever.
So it's gonna be 23 because Boney probably can't react.
Yeah. You down Boney.
Take the bag.
Damn.
Unceremoniously cutting down the skeleton.
I think Max is like disassociated.
You just cut
You're
out.
cut out.
Disassociating.
Oh, Max is disassociating a bit, like removing himself mentally from this horrible situation.
Mhm. The
If I can't, if I,
You slice
I-
Boney with the whip blade. The magic channeling through you, and you dispassionately dispatch the dread skeleton. The bag falls to the ground, and a single ghoul hand kind of falls out.
Okay.
You push it back in and quickly scoop up the sack.
Limply did it fall out, or was it just like
Oh, like it wasn't intending on falling out, but when the bag dropped, like a one of the ghoul's hands kind of like flops out of the opening of the bag.
So it's still like moving but it didn't have anything to see, so it's just like
Right.
my hand.
Well, we can deal with those later, I suppose.
Divine Seraphim said, "Hot."
Back in the library, John is going to creep in the window
Give me a stealth roll.
Pass without trace still apply, or probably not?
I think you have to be within a certain...
It's
Within
when it
30
can.
feet of Carson.
Yeah.
Yes, it does? Okay.
18, if that's the case.
Mm-hmm. I just need to check what Edgar's passive is. Because I know
Miserably
that
low. Probably 14 would be my guess. Or it might even be lower than that. It might be like 12.
Yeah, for a raven.
Yeah. 13.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You slip in to through the window and find yourself like up in the rafters of this building.
What is he doing?
As I said, Theo is seemingly arguing with Edgar as you slip in.
But what is he doing? What was he in the act of before Edgar showed up?
Well, you saw Edgar, and that's what
Because
made you go in.
the librarian seems to be unconscious.
Yes.
So here, clearly he was doing something he probably shouldn't have been.
Unconscious or dead? You're seeing better now, so...
Yeah, that's what I don't know.
You don't see blood, and you can't tell if they're breathing or not from this height. You'd have to get down closer. There are books. There's a map of Ravenreach on the table. And it seems like Theo has made and scribbled out several marks upon it. As you get closer, you can begin to see this, right? And you can see that the librarian is, in fact, breathing. As you get closer, you can see their back kind of rising and falling a little bit, where they're slumped in the chair.
I'm going to take a seat on the rafters. And call out to Theo. Theo. If you're looking for her, I know where she's buried. Where she hides.
Caw! Shush, Edgar!
He thinks it's Edgar.
He's looking up now.
I will casually float to the floor.
You must tell me where she is, priest.
Or what?
I just have to know.
Why do you need to know?
I need to get her back.
Theo, I have asked you. I have told you that I would help. But why does not seem to be a question that crosses your mind. Particularly often anymore.
Why doesn't matter?
Why matters a lot.
Not to me.
It matters quite a lot to those of us in the land of the living. You sent Boney to find her grave. Why? I was just there.
That's none of your business.
It is my business. What do you intend to do?
Take her and leave.
And go where?
You think you always know everything and what the right thing to do is all the time.
No.
You don't this time. But I know what to do.
And what is that? You've
Doesn't
hidden away
matter.
in libraries for weeks. Told us very little. When we ask if you want help, you say no. I offer you help, and you say no. I ask you to not be
kind
evil.
has tried to help me before, and it doesn't work.
I know why it doesn't work.
So do I. What if being evil's the only way?
Then you are not long for this world.
I thought the dance could help me. But it's
The
just...
dance has offered to help you. Many times.
not with this.
I offered to help you many times with this.
You can't. Can't you get
No.
that through your thick skull?
I can't help you right now. I have told you a parable many times.
Empty
My mother
platitudes.
told me. My mother told me when I was a boy. When Morrigan's chosen would be needed, he would be summoned with only his name.
Yes, yes, your religious stories.
Tell me, what do you know of the afterlife?
It's
What do you
not
know
the
of
afterlife
damnation?
that I need to concern myself with. It's undead. It's undeath. It's necromancy.
Do you think that Thunder will so willingly navigate those who have been damned? Those who have been damned and are unrepentant? Or will she castigate them into the fires of hell?
You seem to think that my concern is with what lies beyond this life. What makes you think I care about any of that holy ramblings that you're giving me?
Because you have professed to be an ethical necromancer. And I thought for a long time you knew the better between right and wrong. But now I see that I may have been mistaken.
I just want her back. Just let me do what I need to do.
No. This has gone far enough. You have raised the undead. You have them wandering the city, brazenly, even in daylight. You have no concern for others, not even yourself at this point. I will not allow you to continue this course, Theodore. I am sorry. Put the map away and come with me.
You're right. This has gone far enough. He starts folding up the map.
Is this about when the rest of the party enters the library? No?
One-on-one. Let them fight.
Mortal Kombat theme.
Momentarily. I will let you know what is happening. Oh my god. Theo casts a spell at you.
There's nothing I can do. So what do I need to do?
I will tell you.
I knew it. Oh god, what is this?
Power word. Kill.
Won't affect me. I still have over 100 hit points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Force cage. I don't know.
He doesn't have that yet, unless he's
Yeah.
gotten a bunch of XP killing just like rabbits and civilians in town to level himself up. That
He
string
did
of
actually-
bodies.
Actually, Boney's been power leveling.
He's been
for
killing
him.
boars in Elwyn Forest to get to level 60 so that he can wait.
Whenever
Grinding.
Boney kills someone, he gets XP, so that's why he's been power leveling with Boney.
Yeah,
There's
I
no
just don't have
more werewolves to grind with.
I don't have Theo's character sheet anymore, so I'm
Oh, here.
What's
no.
the spell?
It's not there anymore.
Yeah, it's gone.
He deleted
Oh.
it. It's gone.
Well,
There.
his spell list sucks, so
I know that, but I know a couple of spells that he has on his spell list.
this is level 11.
So
There you go. Oh, he never leveled up. Whatever.
So what spell is he casting on me? Knowing Theo, it's probably Ray of Sickness, because that's
Stop it.
That's an old favorite.
no.
Watery sphere. He does that like dragon's breath thing pretty often.
He casts Ray of... No, I'm just kidding. He does, in fact, cast Watery Sphere.
Who suggested that? Who said that out loud?
It's Watery Sphere.
I was either going to cast Vitrolic Sphere or Watery Sphere, but he doesn't have Vitrolic Sphere anymore.
It's a strength save.
Actually, does he have Vitrolic Sphere on here still?
He doesn't.
He doesn't have it prepared.
You could
I mean, he
easily
doesn't have-
prepare it if you wanted to.
He doesn't usually
It's up to you.
prepare it. When we went, let's think about it this way. This is what he had prepared as we left the Underdark. Watery sphere is a strength saving throw. What am I doing?
Yes.
I'd say he'd do Water Sphere, not Vitriolic.
What's that?
I'd say he'd do Water Sphere if he was.
He's got False Life, Featherfall, Find
Yeah,
Familiar.
I have them in front
Nature.
of me. I have them in front of me, okay?
good.
No, he takes your suggestion finally. And he creates a wall of force around you.
Oh,
Oh, he has wall
Isn't
of
this
force.
what you told me to do?
It's a wall.
An invisible wall of force springs into existence as
You
a
can
point
make
you
it into
choose
a
within
cube.
range. The wall appears in any orientation you choose as a horizontal or vertical barrier or at an angle. It can be free floating or resting on a solid surface. You can form it into a hemispherical dome or a sphere with a radius of up to 10 feet, or you can shape a flat surface made up of 10 by 10 foot panels. He essentially locks you into a wall of force all in
he'd
all around
force
you.
Interesting.
And then he gathers up his things.
I cast command and say, Daydream.
I don't think spells can pass through the wall of force.
I don't think that there's anything.
see within range,
Nothing
it can-
can physically pass through the wall. It is
Words
immune
can.
to all damage and can't be dispelled by dispel magic. So,
I'm basically telling him stop concentrating on that spell.
yeah, spell. Yeah, yep. No, this will work. So he has to make a wisdom save.
Correct. And if anybody has inspiration, now would be the time.
What spell did you use?
Command.
Oh, what command? Sorry, what would you
Yeah,
say?
take my
He
inspiration.
said
Go.
daydream. That was the command he used.
To stop him from concentrating.
Yes, he essentially said, Theo, let your mind wander, right? In a single command, in a single word. So,
With inspiration.
So he will make the save with disadvantage.
that's not how inspiration works. You
Oh, it
can-
totally does.
No,
It
you
doesn't
can give
actually.
somebody advantage. You can give yourself or somebody else advantage. In certain cases, I've allowed you to give someone disadvantage.
Okay, that's fine.
If you narratively,
That's fair. 18. Does he succeed?
he rolls a 19.
Well, he's got 6 seconds before I do it again.
I am aware. He is gathering up his things and running towards the door of the library.
Actually, it says nothing can physically pass through the wall, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You can cast a spell onto the other side of the wall, but you couldn't cast a spell that would like you couldn't cast lightning bolt through the wall of force.
Through it.
Do you understand?
Yep.
Okay, so Theo is dashing out of the building.
So it took him less than 6 seconds to gather all of his things.
He scoops everything up and runs towards the door. Essentially, that's what happens. You can cast another command on him before he leaves the room.
I don't want to cast another command on him.
Okay, what do you do?
I want to banish him instead.
Okay, he casts counterspell.
Can he see me? Because
Yeah.
he has his back to me because he's running out the door.
Okay,
He can.
fair-
That
fair
doesn't really. I think he can.
And
hear you
I'm supposed to be
spell.
in between all these aisles, right? Like,
I mean,
I think what if Theo is
again,
if
this is my question.
you were gonna say if Theo's a smart spellcaster, but
And
let's
he's
be
not.
honest.
He's a terrible spellcaster.
okay, what Theo would do is just hide, just go in between the stacks so that you don't have line of sight on him either.
Again, he's not a smart spellcaster. We've established.
but
this
but he
multiple
could do
times
that accidentally anyway.
Sure.
Again.
The fact of the matter is, if he doesn't have line of sight to other than his back being turned, right?
Yes.
If he doesn't have line of sight to you, then you don't have line of sight to him either. So
Sure.
it can't be that
Again.
there's something blocking your line of sight. It would just mean that
Yes.
he. The question is if he hears you casting a spell, would he turn and cast counterspell?
Yes, that's the question. So, do I need to make a stealth check or something to do this?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's. You can try and make a stealth check to speak the words quietly enough that
12.
Theo can't hear you.
I'm not. He's not. It doesn't. Well, I can give myself guidance technically, but it doesn't really matter.
You can.
He's gonna hear me.
His passive perception is just high enough above that.
Yep. It doesn't matter.
Okay, then he would turn and counterspell that.
Right.
Where was everybody else in relation to this situation? I know Max. Well, all of you were outside of town, right? So.
Yeah, but we're running, so you tell us how far we got.
Archie and Piosa are still invisible. I imagine Piosa probably flew ahead after
I
John.
need to mark that.
Okay. I need to
What?
mark.
Wait.
the
If he
spells.
counterspells, what level spell? He doesn't know what spell I'm casting.
He doesn't.
What level does he counterspell at? Here's the interesting question.
Yeah, he doesn't know what spell you're casting. I think he would just cast it and roll if necessary.
He's gonna need to roll. Banishment's a 4th level spell.
Okay, so he just needs to make an intelligence roll, right?
A straight intelligence check, no other modifiers, and he needs to roll above
Correct.
a 14.
Okay, I will roll it.
And if he fails, he needs to make a charisma save.
Yes. He rolled an 18.
Okay.
Hey, I tried, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
You did well. Well. For the one time in his life, he's gotten lucky.
That's because he's not the one actually rolling these rolls. Okay.
So you tell us.
Oh, wait. I could have done that better. Doesn't matter. It's alright.
It's out.
You
Heat of
reacted
the
in the
moment.
moment.
Sir?
I think the most cinematic thing to happen would be that you all are running back towards the library, Carson retracing the steps of the skeleton, and you turn the corner of the street in time to see Theo burst out of the library a couple of yards away from you, his arms filled with maps and books, Edgar flying out the door beside him, and his eyes wildly lock onto all of you, and he ducks and starts running in the opposite direction.
Theo, it's me. Theo. Theo? Theo.
Theo, halt!
Where are
Wait!
you going, Theo? Theo, what?
Actually, Theo only would recognize Max because Carson is a stranger and Lark is somebody else.
And Archie's invisible
Huh?
still.
And Archie's invisible.
Oh,
Can
I
Lark
guess
take
I
an
just know
action
it,
to
then.
make her voice Meridia's voice and call out to Theo in that voice?
Yes.
You've never heard
Savage.
of Meridia, have you?
I've heard
Yes, she
Meridia's
has.
voice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Theo,
Savage.
wait, halt!
He
With distress.
give me a persuasion roll. You have advantage.
Happily will give you an persuasion.
I'm gonna get ready that when I have line of sight on him, I'm gonna web spit the fuck out of him.
Should we all roll initiative?
One, I think so.
Theo.
I mean, massively outnumber him as a heads up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Theo stops. Theo stops and slowly turns around and looks at the figure that spoke in his wife's voice, and through gritted teeth simply says, "How dare you?"
This is not the way, Theo. This is not the path of light.
Just leave me alone.
We can't leave you alone when you pose a threat to civilians. We'll help you, Theo. And she'll take an action to make her voice her own voice again, to continue, so as not to antagonize unduly. Come back inside, Theo. We can discuss this in the library off of the street.
I guess. Can you see him?
You see me as a threat to innocent people. Just let me get my wife back. Why won't you all just let me do what I want to do?
I think Archie dispels the invisibility. Sorry. Oh, no, you continue. I just need to make sure I clarify that because I wasn't seeing yet.
Okay.
Your wife isn't your wife anymore. She's what's his name? She's the Duke's thrall. How are you certain that anything she does is in both of your interests and not his?
You know how vampirism works. You don't.
You just see how she is right now. You don't understand.
Let's go inside and talk about this, Theo.
By all means, after you.
You know I can...
Now. We'll go in together, we'll have tea. Everyone will feel better with something settling in their stomachs.
I've had enough tea.
And I've had enough blood. Let's go inside.
Tito, I know you don't need this, but I'm not going to patronize you about this. I am genuinely concerned. Not for the well-being of others surrounding you, but your well-being most importantly. Have you eaten anything recently?
Archie.
I need to make sure, because I remember when I was in a bad spot, I didn't eat for a long while. I didn't look after myself, and
None of you understand. None of you get it.
That's fine if we don't understand, but can you take time to explain it to us? Do you have to get her today? Can we all get your wife together for you tomorrow? We can help you get her if that's what you want.
You can't help me with this. Just leave me alone.
We can help you. We're a team, Theo. We all swore the same oaths. We made the same promises. We love the same city. We would like to reunite you with the true Meridia.
Anymore. The city is damned anyway, and everyone in it is going to die. Don't you realize that by now? We can't stop him. We can't stop these things. No, I'm getting my wife, and we're leaving.
Has it been more than a minute?
Probably.
Yeah.
I have cast teleportation circle, and I have left the dome.
Understood.
I am headed back towards the library as a heads up.
Where's John?
Yeah. Wait, so
John's inside. You can go speak to him if you want. Look.
Right.
You're right. He says in a very... He calms himself and looks at each of you and says... I'll go inside. You all go in and get comfortable and sit down and prepare the tea and we'll talk. And I need all of you to make wisdom saving throws.
Is this mass suggestion?
Mass suggestion.
Yes.
But not
Wisdom saving
Pios
throw?
because Pios is still invisible, yes?
Yes, he has to see them.
Okay.
All of you get +4.
Nice.
22.
And I am dashing back towards the library as a heads up.
Fully understand.
While flying, I have just decided, all right, this is how this is going to... So that's how it's going to be. Oh,
Carson,
okay.
sounds like a real good idea to you.
Yeah, so that'll be +4 with that too.
No dice, Theo.
You have to roll. Let's
So
see.
that's his
It's a
6th level
17.
spell.
It's a 17 wisdom save.
Legitimate question.
Uh huh.
How has he cast? Oh no, never mind. That's a 5th level spell. I thought Wall of Force was a 6th level spell. I was like, how did he cast 2 6th level spells?
Nope. Wall of Force is a 5th level spell.
Piosa's gonna send a mental image to Max of himself flying behind Theo and stinging him with like a little
okay.
inquisitive question mark to it.
Because if he'll knock him out,
I'm just gonna do this. Just gonna
I
throw it
mean-
out. I knowing
He
knowing
feels like
the
Max
full
would-
oh
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
sorry.
knowing Theo and Theo having known everything that's happened to Archie, he just full on takes his mask and throws it to the ground and says, "You know what that fucking magic makes me feel like?" And I'm just gonna web spit him.
Interesting.
Oh, and then I guess Piosa's free to sting him from behind at the same time. It would be a coordinated effort on.
All right. The web spit
Piosa's
is a
part.
dex save.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a 3.
Understood.
Piosa's given Max's blessing.
Okay. Piosa needs to make an attack roll against Theo.
I think it's advantage
advantage.
because he's hidden.
Is he
Restrained.
restrained by your web
He's
spit?
restrained.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did that go through?
No.
I think Archie just
Oh, there we go.
just
Oh.
A nice
That's
time
a
for
crit.
20.
Okay, so he has to roll
Archie just
what to resist?
unleashes
He has to roll a DC 18 con save.
con save. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Just Archie just unleashes this just like stream of web. Almost a fucking geyser of it.
So Carson, how are you doing? This is the other 5th member of our team. I try to grab
Yeah, this is how
Carson
we,
as he
this
walks
is how we
into
control
the
him.
Tries-
Theo falls unconscious.
to walk in to have
He's gone. We got
All
him.
Shall we tie him up and bring him back to the dance?
John,
So-
you
so
rush
stupid.
over in time to watch Piosa become uninvisible, sting Theo in the back, and for Theo's eyes to roll up into his head
Oh, so he's prone?
and fall prone.
Oh.
He's prone and restrained and unconscious. Carson, what is going through your head during
Lark's
this
fishing
entire
a
Interesting.
rope out of her bag.
interaction?
John says simply, I have had enough. And John stands above Theo
Oh.
and attempts to unmake him.
Oh fuck.
Can I stop him? Am I close enough to stop him?
I don't think any of us are close enough to stop him.
I mean, I have a 10-foot reach. With my whip, I'll try to disarm.
You may
Piosa
attempt.
chirps. He's very terrified of this.
Maximilian, you may attempt to disarm John before he unmakes Theo.
Bro, don't make me auto to you. Don't make me irresistible dance you, bro.
It will be an opposed strength roll, I guess.
There's his athletics check. Let's see if I'm allowed to do anything. Apparently not.
So here's what happens. You go to swing the hammer down at Theo and attempt to unmake him. Maximilian's whip blade wraps around the hilt, or wraps around the handle of, your hammer. It doesn't pull it out of your grip, but you are now...
Yes,
You
yes.
and Maximilian are now standing face to face with this tension, physically and emotionally, between you.
John,
Do I
you're
still
a
have my action?
priest.
You do. You still have your action, yes. Maximilian says, John, you're a priest.
Are you? I was just going to wrap him up in web. What are you doing?
I am going to cast Dawn on the
I'm
three
gonna
of
cast
them.
counterspell.
Go ahead and roll that fucking spell, baby.
Oh, God.
Because you don't know what I'm casting.
Yeah. So, what's the save for this?
It is a DC 18 Constitution saving throw. I have resistance to this spell.
Archie, are you making an intelligence check to see if you...
Yeah, I just need to check for it. It's intelligence, right?
It's just a straight intelligence roll.
You need to roll above an 18. Not a save, just an intelligence check.
The spell goes off.
Oh,
Counterspell fizzles. Dawn slams against who?
It will hit Theo, myself,
Max.
and Maximilian.
I can't stop him from. Oh, damn it.
It's okay. I basically min rolled on damage. I can't
But-
fail the concentration check.
But either way, oh man.
I hope Dio.
John, this is not the way.
I hope Dio gets.
Theodore can
Theodore
no
wakes up from that,
longer
then.
be needs to make a concentration check on mass suggestion for Carson.
He's unconscious.
unconscious.
That went away a while ago.
It went away.
That goes away. I'm trying to figure out, before, as all this is happening,
We should probably do this
Carson,
fucking initiative.
Carson, you've been with this group of people now, just kind of
One day.
chasing down Theo through this whole situation, and you are faced with what is happening before you. What is going through your head?
He is a member of the dance, which means that he is our responsibility. But he just attempted to dominate my own will. It does not make for a good first impression. I was under the impression that you would be a united front on this issue. I deferred to your judgment, and yet you do not seem to be in agreement, even amongst yourselves, about how to handle this situation. So I will ask you now, what do we do with him?
He's unconscious. Let's bring him
Well,
back.
he's not unconscious anymore.
Oh. He's...
Wait,
Capture him, bring him back.
He has been dealt
Rehabilitate.
damage. He wakes up.
You don't know for we don't know for certain that he's not under any control because of the events of last night. If he's under any vampire charm, we want to bring him back to make sure that he's okay, that he's acting of his own volition and not because of he saw his wife and she charmed him into running away with him or whatever.
Just
Oh, not that
Reminder.
Max would know that.
Max, you took 15 points of damage. I took
okay.
7, so.
Okay. And to be fair, even though he dominated your mind to drink tea, not to go jump off a cliff.
I think... I do think we should roll initiative for a second here. Just No, you know what? No, I'm not gonna. It's
Oh.
fine. We don't need to do that because
Okay.
You can still do initiative just like for who gets turns to talk,
I
or
just-
do actions and stuff in case things are heated.
sure, that's fine. Max was an 18. John is a 21.
Wait 1 second.
Oh, whoops. We don't have tokens. Maybe.
No, you don't have to have tokens. It's fine. I'm not putting you on the initiative tracker. I'll just have people's order for now.
It was at 14.
Shit, I closed Theo's character sheet by mistake. Hold on. I got it. Theo is still restrained.
Yep. He's restrained and prone.
Okay. Well, John, you act first. You're having this conversation. It's John, and then Maximilian, and then Lark, and then Theo. And then Archie. Carson has leveled the question, what do we do with him?
We need to bring him back.
Lark is holding rope in her hands at the moment. That helps.
Um,
How long is the web spit restrain them for, Archie?
Oh, I didn't set a time for. I think until they like succeed on either 1 minute or they succeed on a
An escape check?
save. I just yeah.
That's fair.
We never really made like a sort of, since it was a biological thing. We never made like
Yeah.
a time for it.
Yeah, it's probably whatever the... There are other things that can do it. We can just look it up.
Yeah, let me acid spit.
So,
Wait, simic hybrid. I'll do that. Everyone keep going.
It's my action. I
is.
will attempt to break my grapple with. I don't know if it's a grapple or
Yeah.
to see if I can try to
It's-
swing my hammer.
Yes, that's fine. You cannot. Maximilian is still holding tightly with his whip blade on it.
Ooh.
That's fine. With my bonus action, I will cast Spiritual Weapon.
Okay?
29 is going to hit Theo.
Yes.
He takes 7 points of force damage, and he's going to take radiant damage on. I think it's his turn. It's 4d10.
Okay. No, I'm gonna look up.
I'll just say 1 minute.
Oh, I guess Piosa was within the dawn, so yeah,
Piosa is-
Piosa's dead.
Yeah, Pios is gone.
oh!
I imagine his wings spread wide as he.
Does Dawn do damage to objects
Became a
or
crisp.
just creatures?
I can read you the spell.
Just check and say yes or no.
The light of dawn shines down on a location you specify with the range. Until the spell ends, each creature in it must make a Constitution saving throw,
Okay.
taking 4d10 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful save.
That's fine.
Here's what they'll take on their turns: 28 points of radiant damage.
Oh,
I'll
shit,
take-
I make
still
another-
shooting.
Okay, so web abilities on creatures are typically the creature is restrained by webbing. As an action, the restrained creature can make a strength check to escape
I
from
need
the
to make
webbing.
bits
The
again.
webbing, the effect also ends if the webbing is destroyed, but there's not a
That's-
time limit.
That's
So
not correct. Let me roll those again. So that's for my concentration for dawn on my turn.
okay,
It's not going through. That's for my save against my own dawn.
that's fine.
This is the concentration check for dawn. I'm going to succeed all of these as a heads up.
I'm aware. I don't like.
but
I
it's
know.
it's I need it for like how much damage I take is the problem. So I'm going to
Understand.
take
just
28 divided by 2, so 14 more points of damage.
Okay. So Theo will be restrained until he breaks free.
Correct.
That is how that works for webbing. Okay, Archie.
Okay, yeah.
The Eder cap has a web spit, and
Yeah,
essentially
yeah.
that's how that works.
Yeah. I
So-
love caps.
Yeah. All right. So John continues his assault upon Theo, in spite of the fact that Max is restraining the hammer from being able to be swung. Maximilian, it's your action next.
I don't want it to be my action. Okay. Things that are off the table. Hurting John.
He's hurting you.
I know.
Not on
but
purpose.
Not on
It's
purpose.
more like he's a target of
Throw his
injury.
flashbang on the
Bystander.
ground. It's not my fault that you guys are blind.
It's more
Okay.
like
Let me know if you'll let me do this. I want to attack the web spit and drag Theo out of the dawn.
that's 2 actions because you have to
Yeah.
grapple Theo, and first off, you would have to
Okay.
release John,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
then
Which is
attack,
fine.
which
Okay.
is your action, and then it would take another action to grapple Theo.
Is the web spit rooted to the ground or is it just around Theo? Can I just drag
It's a puddle.
Theo?
It's a puddle.
It's just around Theo. If you wanted to rush forward and grab Theo and drag him away, you can do that. But John will get an attack of opportunity against you.
Or Theo.
Or Theo, and he's gonna take it against
It's
Theo.
forced movement for Theo, so I don't think you would get.
I don't think
Oh.
it's forced movement. I'm pretty sure it's willing movement for Theo.
Okay. He's being
I.
drugged.
God, what's the lesser of two evils? Because he can just move it as a bonus action.
Mhm.
Okay, Theo's gonna die. Okay. I'm just gonna go into this with good intentions. And Max will drag Theo inside the library.
So you have to break the webbing first because he's still restrained.
He's restrained. Oh wait,
I'm not breaking the restraint.
he's
I'm
not
just
making
dragging.
Theo unrestrained.
He's still
Unrestrained.
webbed.
He was standing when
Yeah.
he was webbed.
He's
The
still,
webbing wraps around him and he falls to the ground.
It's
right?
it's a cube of webbing though. Web the
No,
spell.
it's not.
It's
It's,
not a
not the
web
spell.
spell.
It's my web spit.
It's Archie's web spit.
It's a.
Okay,
Okay.
that's different,
Yes.
but that's fine.
Yes. Theo is restrained by Archie's web spit. It just targets the creature.
I thought it was the same thing as web, but
No,
that's fine.
it's not the spell web.
No.
It's more like the Eder Cap's web spit. That's
Okay.
what we were discussing. So, Maximilian, when you are dragging someone, you can only move half your movement. You will not be able to drag him into the library.
Okay, so grabbing him, grappling him,
Grabbing him.
moving.
Right, yes. Moving up, grappling him, even if he's allowing you to grapple him, even if it's an automatically successful grapple, that is one of your attack actions, right? Is the grapple.
Yeah.
And then you can move the other half of your movement backwards, dragging him with you at half speed.
Well, if the
Which
area of
at
effect.
he's at least 10 feet away from me, right? Which means he's 10 feet from Theo, right? Which means he's moved. He can drag Theo basically 5 feet, and that's it.
Yes.
Ah, damn it. Okay.
You're still going to be within Dawn.
Whatever. I came into this to try to make sure nobody dies.
I understand.
That's my turn.
Remember, don't just take actions. You guys can have conversations in character. That's why I
Yeah.
didn't initially
okay.
want to just start with have
Okay.
everybody roll initiative, because I wanted people to have the chance to this is much
Okay.
more of a role playing scene than a combat scene.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want you to
John,
let me say this real
This-
quick, okay, as an aside, out of character. If this is a no to what John... don't just make this a no, you're not allowed to kill Theo. Make this a no but, or a no and, right? This is a role-playing opportunity to develop
Yeah.
this situation. Let it play out.
let's see. what are their names? The Horned Order. Okay. We have. Oh no, I don't want to say that out loud in public. I was about to say we have the Horde Order imprisoned. Why don't we? What's so different about Theo that we can't imprison him as well? But I don't want to say that out loud in public because I don't want anyone knowing that we have the Horde Order imprisoned. We have the
So why
means
can't
to
we jail
keep
him?
him. Yeah, we have the means to keep him from hurting anyone else, like we did with. I guess mouth the words Horned Order, so it's not out loud.
And so will Fondra, and I judge her scale more fairly than I do my own.
That's her scale, not yours.
So we just leave everything up to the gods now? They're just so omnipotent? We can't decide for ourselves if who lives or who dies. We have to make that sort of judgment, and then the gods have to make that sort of judgment?
He
No,
could
that's
very well be charmed.
ridiculous. I didn't give
He
up on
wasn't
her
at-
father, and
yeah.
I'm not giving up on him.
I cannot for the highfalutin matter of what the gods want. Think about this practically. You have said to me that he has minions.
He is
They
a
can be out
necromancer,
there. If you
and
kill
we are
him,
intended to kill necromancers.
if you kill him now, then any minions that are currently under his control will be turned loose. I am all for killing him, but do it at the right time, under the right circumstances, with the proper protocols in place.
Then invert the bag that he once carried.
Max has it. I'm not letting it go.
Can I just move away from the dawn?
Lark
My eyes.
interposes.
As a heads
Oh,
up,
sorry.
Dawn is a huge area of effect.
I thought it said 30 feet
Yeah.
column.
It's a
Um,
30-foot
radius.
diameter, or excuse me, radius
Oh.
column. That's a heads up.
Lark interposes herself between Theo and John and the Dawn at this point. This is a street. This is a public place. We should deal with this behind some closed doors rather than traumatizing a street full of people and calling even more attention to ourselves.
So be it.
Okay.
John moves the Dawn inside the library. You know, it's one of the things that I can do. It's a bonus action as a heads up.
Yeah, just make sure that there's no one in there first.
I mean, just
Oh,
just
don't kill the
librarian.
librarian.
I'll roll the slave. That's fine.
Yeah,
I think
Jesus
that's fine.
fucking Christ. Well,
So at the end of your
librarian
turn,
died.
make that con save, all y'all, I guess, because you're going to take 28 points of Dawn damage.
Oh, I already took it.
Yeah. I took
Yeah.
it.
Did anybody succeed? Max
Nope.
didn't. Archie
Nope.
didn't.
I'm sure
I
Theo's
didn't.
going to fail.
I'm sure Theo is going to fail. He only has like a 15% chance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I
The
don't
good
know
news
if
is-
Theo can cast spells with somatic components while restrained.
Can I
would think
gag
not.
Theo so he can't cast verbal ones either?
Yeah, Lark's got the rope in her hand. You're welcome to take it.
Yeah, I'm gonna gag Theo. Sorry, Theo. Don't want to hurt you, but we don't want you getting away either.
I just don't see why. He genuinely. Mark, did he genuinely seem like he just wanted to leave?
Theo seemed like he wanted to get his wife back and get out of town at whatever cost. and it seemed like he was trying to figure out a way to cast spells, even as he was being dragged inside the chapel, or inside the library.
Yeah. He just wants to be rid of this place. I would want to be rid of this place too if I was stuck in it.
But we get to add Max's bonus to our saves, and so does Theo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Then
No,
I
that
guess I
doesn't help me.
pass.
Please, John, can you please get rid of that light? It's hard to have a normal conversation when there's a blooming sun in your eyes.
It is also very difficult to have a normal conversation when you are in a prison.
Or when somebody has cast a spell upon you to deceive you into acting against your own best interest. I understand that he is your friend. I understand that you have concern for him. But
Oh, I didn't
perhaps you
feel
are
right about the
blinded
enchantment
by
at all.
your emotionality if you are saying that you can understand why he would want to get away from this place, as if he has not sworn an oath to defend this city. Or have you forgotten?
We dealt with a vampiress just last night. A vampiress who's used her powerful magics to twist minds in the past. She could have very well twisted his mind. If we wait for the 24 hours and he doesn't return to a better self, then we can explore this road further. But I don't think this sort of justice needs to be meted out on the streets in front of civilians.
And consider this how spiteful Lady Elena will be, or how spiteful you'll be of Lady Elena when she tells you that you murdered Theo like she'd wanted you to.
Theo is currently restrained and gagged.
Gagged.
He is going to attempt. He's going to make an escape attempt.
Does he seem
Against
to be suffering
Max.
himself? Oh, no,
No, against the webbing.
web.
Oh, okay.
Which is what, just like a DC 13, right? Like
It's
14.
Yeah, DC 14. But he's making a strength save. Or no, he has to make an athletics check against it. So yeah, same thing.
Yeah, the first one's a strength save. I think consecutive ones can be athletics if they wish.
It's actually just a strength check against it,
Oh, okay.
which he doesn't.
All the time in the world.
does he make his Constitution saving throw?
Probably not.
We're gonna find out.
All day is enough to have dispel
Nope.
magic.
Nope, he doesn't.
So, how's Theo looking?
Hurt.
I know he only has like 60 hit points.
Yeah.
I've already dealt 15 plus 28 plus a little bit from spiritual weapon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's bloodied.
Interesting.
I'm going to touch Theo and Max and grant invisibility and say, Max, get him out of here.
Okay. I'm going to mentally link with Tactilis. Thank God I didn't turn Tactilis into a dog today. I didn't have enough spell slots. So I'm going to meet Tactilis to carry us back to the dance as quickly as possible and throw him in a cell.
All right, you call Tactilis to you.
Yeah.
But I'm not just going to have you bamf out. You are invisible. You push
I'll take
your
the
way
rest
out
of my
the
movement to
library.
get out of the dawn, too.
Was I after you, Lark? I think I was. Hold on 1 second. Hello? So, I don't know what to do right now. He's gone. I think, can we just get rid of this fucking Dawn? I don't think I can step out of it.
John says flatly, "This has gone on long enough. I will not aid
You think?
the newest incarnation of Enan Volkmar. This is over. I have asked nicely. I am not asking nicely any longer."
Why are you so zealous? Why can't you just let people see at least a shred of goodness in someone?
Because there is no goodness left.
Well, we can investigate that tomorrow morning at actual dawn. Hopefully, not with another of these glittering columns. This has been a most bizarre outing.
Maximilian, as you're loading the invisible Theodore onto the
Very visible Tactilis, as a heads
very
up.
visible Tactilis, you can hear Theo like,
Search for his face in the visibility.
Yeah. I'm not going to listen to him. He could be charmed right now. I guess I'll talk back at Theo. If I don't think what John did back there is right. I think instead of killing you, we should be working on bringing back your wife, Iridia. And I know you mean to bring her back in your own way, but right now she's entangled with the Duke. You can't leave Ravenreach without ever knowing for sure that she's fully with you or attached to him. So do you really want to leave today and risk her leaving you at any point in time when her master calls her home?
It doesn't know.
Exactly.
It's so easy to talk with you sometimes, Theo. You know, you're such a good listener.
When we find a means to bring Meridia back, then you won't have to turn to necromancy anymore.
Edgar lands on Theo's shoulder.
Edgar probably should be dead from the dawn.
Oh, you're
as
right.
a heads up.
Yeah.
That's fair. Completely fair.
I would have killed Edgar anyway because I didn't want Theo casting any spells through him.
Edgar's presence simply just dawned on me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Well, Maximilian is loading Theo up onto Tactilis. Lark has exited the dawn, which means she is outside of the library at this point.
Well, she'll pick up Piosa's fallen breastplate as well, since he's been vaporized.
Understood. His trinkets are upon the ground.
She's not looking very impressed. Yeah, I suppose there's books and shit to pick up too.
John, Carson, and Archie, you are still inside. Are you still inside the library at this point?
I don't think we've moved inside the library, have we?
Oh,
I mean, have we?
you only moved the Dawn inside the library.
Oh, I don't know what's going on. Like, is it my turn or not?
Yeah.
I kind of stepped back from turns for a moment, but I know.
Oh.
Didn't you move the Dawn into the library?
No, I said
Yeah.
if we're moving inside the library, the Dawn is coming with us.
Understood. Okay, then all that's happened is that Lark has made Maximilian and Theo invisible. Tactilus has shown up, and Lark has moved outside of the circle of the radius of Dawn, picking
How
up
many
the
hit points
pieces
does
of Lark.
Tactilus have?
I wouldn't summon him into it.
How many hit points does Tactilus have?
11. Are you going to attack Tactilus?
No, I'm going to continue attacking Theo.
Well, you're no longer restrained. Dawn has been moved. Or Dawn can move. What are you doing?
Am I going to unmake Theo? That is the question.
Theo is invisible, by the way.
Theo is invisible.
But he's making noise trying to get Maximilian's attention.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So with my bonus action, I'm
Before
going to
you say
move-
anything, you hear Max's entire conversation with Theo, and before you cast your spell, Max's possibly final words to Theo is, "We should think towards the future. What kind of wizard are you going to be when you're not a necromancer anymore?"
Oh, such a hopeful young soul.
That's all
So
he
with
does.
with my bonus action, I move Dawn directly on top of Tactilus, who's not invisible.
But it won't affect him until it's the end of his turn.
Correct,
Which he can
but
just-
he's not going to get another turn because at the beginning of his turn he's going to take more than enough.
No,
damage,
it's the
probably.
end of his turn.
Is it?
It's the end of his turn.
It says. When
He
it,
can just gallop away.
whenever it ends its turn. That's fair. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. John will. Can I do this at second level? I can't. Well, I can hear Theo talking. And Theo is still restrained.
Theo's restrained, and he's mumbling with his...
Even with disadvantage,
sock in his
If you're
mouth.
casting a
13
spell,
is going to hit him.
Lark is counterspelling it. If you're
You
casting,
can't counterspell it because it's already been cast.
okay, all right.
13 is
Yeah.
still going to hit Theo.
No, he's 15,
He hasn't cast Mage Armor yet.
and he's within 5, or he's within range of
No, that
Max, so
doesn't
he gets
matter.
the +4 to his. Oh, it's AC.
No,
not
that's
AC.
different.
Not
That's,
AC.
13 will still hit Theo. For 5
Was he
more points
smart?
of damage.
Understood.
Was he smart and then learned...
I will
Well.
just simply attack Theo. No trickery, nothing special.
You have disadvantage to hit him, but he is
can-
restrained, so you have advantage to
Advantage.
hit him, which means it's just
A
straight
13
attack.
is still going to hit him
Yes.
for 13 more points of damage.
I am going to assume that Theo is nearly dead at this point.
Unconscious, not dead.
Nearly unconscious.
Dawn is still running as it heads up.
I'm aware.
They can't catch
I
up
will-
with Tactilus, sadly.
I will move Dawn to where if they flee away from me, they have to basically pass through me so that I get an attack of opportunity against someone. I guess I technically have to see them. Sad. Sad. Well, good enough. We'll move Dawn to where to be centered on Theo and Max.
Okay.
It's 30 feet. Takes half your movement to mount Tactilus.
but it takes
Tactylus
Tactylus
gets its full movement.
120 feet.
Is it 120 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lark will yell out, dash.
So they're going to be 120 feet from me, you said.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
You hear a grunt as Revelation
John,
slams into Thea.
What are you hoping to gain out of this? I know you don't want another Eden Volkmar, but you can make differences to the world other than just this. You don't have to just unmake things.
First off, I haven't tried to unmake anything yet.
Just
Secondly,
like
you don't know shit about me being able to unmake things yet because you haven't seen me do it.
That's true. Oh no, I just saw you do it on the.
You
declared
haven't seen
it.
me do
You
it.
declared it very loud.
Nope.
Like
I haven't been able to actually attack.
He didn't actually
You
get
did
to
it on
do it.
the. You did it on the mannequins.
You weren't there to see me for that, I don't think.
Yeah,
Because you were
okay.
inside.
Oh no, I think he saw you attack at least one of them.
Sir. Either way. Continue along.
Surely, Carson, the dance is not just a hit squad that's to go around and slaying people who seem to be down a dark path. It's to guide them back.
We are far past enticing the away from the path of darkness.
That was ominous.
That was ominous. What was that?
What happened to Lark?
Yeah.
Archie, I would like to think that I have given him the benefit of the doubt. I came here and I said that I would follow your lead on this, that your team are the ones who know him best, but you are in disagreement about this. And if you want my honest opinion, the dance should be a force for good in the world. Not just a squad of hitmen. But sometimes it's necessary. It's like gardening. If you want something beautiful to grow, sometimes you have to do some weeding. And Carson cast Entangle on Tactylus.
What's my save?
How far away is it? Well, you know what? Fuck it. What level spell are you doing it? Because I'm doing a counter spell.
DC. Thanks.
It's not actually a spell, it's an innate ability. It's racial.
Okay, I need to see if you can still counter spell.
I think racial spellcasting is still considered spellcasting,
And web spit
unfortunately.
is still considered a spell as well then.
Yeah.
Which means Archie can't concentrate on anything while having web spit active.
No, web spit is a natural ability. It is not a it is not a spell at all. Web spit is not a spell.
So you need to decide, if web spit is not a spell, then is Carson's ability
No.
also not a spell?
If this no, that's not how that works. Okay? That's like asking, is dark vision as a creature's dark vision?
I'm not
a spell?
casting
No.
web 3 times a day.
He's not casting web.
The single
It is
target
a
has to
natural-
be a medium creature.
It is like a
and
natural
it's
weapon, okay? A natural weapon is not a spell. It is still a racial feature.
Okay,
Innate spellcasting is a racial feature that
Again.
allows you to cast a spell.
So Archie counterspells.
Yes.
Carson's going to put a hand to his longsword, pull it out, and activate his Rite of the Dawn.
Oh fuck.
So the
made a
sword
mistake.
lights up with 20 feet of bright light and just point it directly at Archie. I am not in the mood to have more spells cast at me today. So I will ask you here and now, do you understand the oath that you made? And do you intend to keep it? Will you protect the city of Ravenreach from the forces of darkness, even if that might be somebody you considered your kin and comrade?
I might have given up on him now. I haven't. And just to clarify, that wasn't cast at you, it was cast at him. It wasn't... I'm going to back away just a little bit now. Oh, what does that do?
It's just I have to take damage when I activate it.
Oh, right. Blood Honor.
Woo!
Your
So
scar
just
begins to
the
bleed.
scar
Yeah.
like splits right down and is just bleeding openly as if it were a fresh wound.
Okay. Lark.
This is enough. Let's bring him back. Let's see if he's charmed. If he's not charmed, then he can face some sort of judgment in the morning.
Has he been under a charm for weeks?
He did not run away weeks ago. He ran off today.
He's been without guidance and consolation for weeks, that's for sure.
That
He
is
fought
simply
alongside us last
not
night.
true, Archie.
We've criticized him,
kept
but
each
Lil's
other
taken
alive
away
last
things from
night.
him.
I have offered nothing but a helping hand to this man. And instead he chose to attack me. I will suffer this evil no longer.
Have you completed auguries? Have you consulted your god specifically about the course of events here?
There is no god to consult. It comes from his own lips.
I cannot agree with you. He may be charmed. This running off business. I can't agree with this course of action. Drop the dawn. Let's go back. We're attracting undue attention.
And sending skeletons through the broadly lit daylight is not.
Well, Max has made sure that they are taken care of at the moment. He won't be doing that again.
We shall see.
Okay, let's see at dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Actual dawn. You can put this one away now.
Please. I just can't take it that much.
You allow Maximilian to ride Tactilus back to Tyminster Court with Theo.
If Tactilus attempts to leave my reach, I will attempt to attack him. And I can see Tactilus. I can't see Max.
I mean, I
but
have
can see
to.
Tactilus.
I have to. So, yes. Tactilus is going to go.
Then Tactilus is going to... Okay, then make your attack of opportunity on Tactilus.
Can
25.
Tactilus disengage?
He can, but then he can't dash.
Are there side streets?
I mean, yeah. You're in a city.
Can Tactilus disengage, take a side street so that he's out of line of sight?
I mean, you can... If you disengage, you can use... What's Tactilus's movement? 60 feet?
60. So he'd still be moving 60 feet.
I think with 60 feet he can get out of line
He can
of
get away.
sight, but I don't know how.
If he disengages, I don't get my attack of opportunity, and the moment Tactillus gets far enough away, I will drop Dawn.
Okay,
Because I can't chase him with it. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Tactillus backs away carefully from you, John, and then once he's out of your reach, he dashes off.
this charade has gone on long enough.
Oh, I guess I should have, if I'm still in the middle of everything, I'm going to recite, since I'm still there, I'm going to recite our mission statement, the Dance's mission statement. To protect the common men and women who cannot themselves protect, we stand to hold it back from the world that would be enveloped by it. We lead those spirits who are lost to the paths of the afterlife. I know what you're trying to do is within the mission statement of the dance, but you can't pick and choose which ones you do and which ones you enact.
Theo
which
has
ones you
been
do.
an unrepentant wretch for weeks. He has no grief and no guilt for what he has done. None. He cares only for himself and not for our order or for our secrecy.
I think Max will not believe that because John is the only one that's ever had that conversation with Theo. So this is the first time Max is hearing that.
I mean,
So
Theo
Max-
straight up told you these exact same things outside of the library
Oh.
literally moments ago.
What? That was to you.
No. It was outside the library as he had me stuck in a fucking, not force cage, the other one.
The
Wall
wall
of
of
force. He literally told you, I'm sick of you all. This is bullshit. I'm going about this my own way from now on.
But that conversation doesn't include I'm going to turn evil conversation. Which
John has told you that Theo straight up told him. He told you in Lady Bia's office without Theo present. Theo straight up said, I don't care about good and evil. I only care about getting my wife back. And I don't swear oaths. John explicitly told you all of this, including Carson.
That's true. Well, Max
So this
still
resistance
sees it.
to knocking Theo completely the fuck out is a little out of left field. Not gonna lie.
I'm not
I
saying
mean,
we
I
shouldn't
still
knock him
want to
out.
knock him out, but I don't want to kill him. Yeah, we
don't
can
wanna
knock him
kill
out. I'm willing to do it myself once I know that John's not going to coup de grace him. So yeah, I'm bouncing
That's fine.
because I'm bouncing, and
Completely fair.
that's Tactillus's action. So I will knock Theo unconscious once I'm out of
He's
sight.
like inches away from death.
Yeah, you can easily
Yeah.
just pommel smash him
Love
with your.
tap.
You can pommel smash him and say non-lethal damage and knock him out. That's fine.
Yeah,
He's probably
that's,
single digits at this point.
Yes.
yeah, that's what I do.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
The rest of you are still left outside the library. The street has
Wow.
cleared. There were not very many people down this side street in front of this small-ass library to begin with, and at this point, they have all run away.
Lark will continue to pick up Theo's books and papers and pens and the bits and pieces that are scattered around. Might as well find what he was working on. Head back. I don't
John
know
heads
that-
inside the library and casts Healing Word on the librarian who's unconscious.
Yeah.
The books Theo has all have to do with one of two things.
All of these books are coming back to the dance. None of them are being left in public circulation.
They are
Lark is not
What?
signing out the library cards.
not necessarily one of... No, they're all of the books that Theo has on him have to do. They're all history books. All of them are history books.
Is his spell book also here?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so he can't cast spells. Perfect.
No, he can't prepare new
He can't
spells.
prepare
Oh,
new
okay.
spells. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll hand his spell book to Archie.
Oh, thank you. I just want to have a look at, just quickly flip to the page that has his highest spells and see if he's uncovered anything.
Nothing new since the last time you spoke with him.
I nod and put it in one of my holsters. Alright. Carson, do you need help attending to that? And I point to the scar.
It's fine. Funny, you're so insistent that we see the shred of good in that necromancer. The day I got this scar, my older brother Jervis was torn into shreds by a fucking ghoul. That's why I signed up. That's why I'm here. And that's why I understand that you can't let a necromancer go running around doing what they want. Why are you here if you don't seem to understand that?
Arthur and Bia saw fit to induct him in the dance and trusted him with the dance's workings. Are you saying you doubt their judgment?
I doubt your judgment in this matter, that you all seem so insistent. That oh no, he couldn't possibly be doing anything wrong. Oh, he has to be under a vampiric charm. Has he been under a vampiric charm
wrong
for the entire time that he has been studying necromancy, planning to bring his wife back from the dead, as if that's not going to go horribly wrong?
Again, Arthur and Bia's judgment saw fit to induct him into the dance and trust his oath. Let us see what news he brings at dawn, and let us see what news we need to give Arthur and Bia. Are we still planning to take on a hive of vampires this afternoon?
I have to believe in him. That he can come back from it, because if he can't, then...
I believe in his right to a fair trial, as a comrade in arms. I would wish to be afforded the same courtesy were a vampirist to twist my mind. Or a fae.
I hope that's the case. I do.
I am with agreement with you on that there are protocols and measures that are in place. I will ask that he is restrained properly, though, as he has demonstrated a willingness to use enchantment magic to attempt to escape.
Certainly.
And Carson is going to shoot a glance over at Archie, sort of alluding to that earlier conversation about how enchantment magic is equally as terrible as necromancy a lot of the time.
Archie had an immediate and vitriolic response to him doing that. There's no doubt about it. That was unforgivable. No.
Well, let's collect what we need, head back. Lark will prestidigitation herself and you folks clean again, I guess, if there's blood all over. I imagine Carson's had a few drops fall to his collar or his shirt.
Yeah, Lark, I don't know if this helps much, but I haven't been making use of it. You've got a bit of scorching here. I just take some silk and wrap it around. Oh wow.
You spend some time patching each other up. And
Lark will urge that to happen in the library or like off the streets.
Yeah. I don't know what
heading
happened
back.
in here to make John like that.
John,
But
you've healed.
If they're going in the
Librarian.
library, I'll wait until the librarian is like until they're all leaving, and then I will make the librarian conscious.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I'll say something like, "Tia, are you open?" As she like wakes back up.
Yeah.
You probably should stay awake. You dozed off. You all right?
Fine. Thank you. Did I?
What happened?
Did I really?
Yeah, you fell asleep. Everything okay?
Yes. A patron came in and he said something. Next thing I knew, you were waking me up.
Well, I hope what he had to say was interesting. Apparently it wasn't. Have a nice day. Is that book meant to be on that shelf? And John just kind of points and then kind of walks out as she is like, what the fuck's even going on?
You all eventually make your way back to Tyminster Court. Maximilian, what are you doing with Theo once you arrive?
I'm in the slammer.
Without his arcane focus, I imagine.
She makes
Yeah.
11 hit points of recovery out of a
That's
possible
fine.
12.
That's fine.
I'm gonna take away all of his components. Handcuffs aren't a thing, but I want to put him in his room and like handcuff him in a sexy way. No.
Ready for Meridia's arrival.
Yeah, ready for Meridia. Yeah, sort of. Oh, but still gagged, handcuffed. No spell components in his old room.
Okay.
Yeah.
I imagine you don't like give him the password when you bring him in, but maybe you
Oh.
end up laying on hands or something when you get him into the room or something, or like once you pass the barrier. I don't know.
You're an idiot.
Am I killing? I'm gonna kill Theo.
We're going to knock him unconscious as a heads up.
He's already knocked unconscious.
He's completely unconscious.
Yes.
And
So,
is he gagged? Because
Yes.
gagged him.
He's
yeah.
gagged. He's unconscious.
Oh
and
my god, am I
gagged
accident?
and
he's-
manacled.
Oh my
You're
god.
fine.
You've still got your lay on
He's
hands,
not
so you're
undead.
fine.
He's
He's
not
not
undead.
undead. But he doesn't know to pass.
It doesn't matter if
He can't bring any undead here.
it's
And-
just
oh.
not undead.
He also can't summon Edgar either.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I was about to do another accidental killing where I bring him into
No,
my
it's like,
dance.
oh,
And while
okay.
he's unconscious, he's
On the
rolling
bed
death
with the
saves.
pillow.
I mean, if he turns into his like undead form for whatever stupid reason, he will die.
Yeah.
Because he'll actually become undead at that point. But
You can only do that with the book.
I don't know. Doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, that's the thing, only given by the book.
Yeah, he's
But,
not undead, so he doesn't take any damage.
Okay. No.
When Lark arrives, she'll like dump a big armload of books onto Lucian's desk and say, like, more contributions for the library. Appropriated. Kind of stride out to find the rest of the group.
Wait, some of those books weren't even Theo's, I bet. You just steal
They
from
were
the
not.
library?
Yes. Those don't need to be in public circulation.
They're just history books.
You just
Well-
stole from this library.
I mean, technically, she just checked it out from the library with zero intent to ever.
True.
So
Theo
I'm
checked it
borrowing
out.
it.
It's his late finds.
Oh shit!
Like late finds, as in the late Theodore Oz, or like
The real reason Theo becomes a lich or evil is because he accumulates too much debt from all of his late fees.
Well, I believe there were some dreams destined for
Yeah.
Thea and company, or
Yeah.
at least
Well,
Sendix.
you all arrive back. What is everybody doing?
Went to my room.
I mean, Theo's been locked up. Where does everybody go? Theo's locked in his room when you all arrive. Lark, you and Archie have walked in, and you say that about dreams that need to be taken care of. John and Carson, where are you, and what are you doing?
Yeah. To preface that, Max is leaving Theo alone, optimistic, but me, the player, wants someone to coup de grace
I was gonna get. I
Theo.
was gonna get yeah.
Max goes to take a shower.
I imagine I'm with Lucian for a bit, maybe chatting about the books or the contents or what Theo's shenanigans are. What might possibly be of interest or learned from these.
Because I can't imagine you guys just like take Theo back, and then John and Carson just like dropped the subject. That's what I'm pointing out.
No. I don't know.
I think
Well,
Max.
I'm just waiting to see where they went.
Yes.
Max is thinking we're tabling the subject until the 24 hours are complete. So that's why Max is okay with running off and doing his own thing.
In character.
Lark's happy to talk about the subject here and out of sight of civilians, but doesn't think we're going to learn anything meaningful until the 24 hours are up. But does expect some more discussion might be required in order to reach that point. Breathing.
I don't. The more. You aren't wrong, Arson. And I didn't know. I don't even know if you told me about that. But I probably should have guessed.
It's not
Most of us
something
have
that I
seen
like to
some
dwell
terrible
on.
things.
I was 13 at the time. It was fairly traumatic. I do my best not to think about it.
Right.
But at least those of us of the old guard, when we signed up, most of us had a similar story. All scarred in one way or another. We had lost people. But I can understand that you have a different approach to things, a desire to redeem people and bring them back into the light. But if you sincerely believe that every single person is redeemable and you keep giving them chances, you're going to be played for a fool. Because the kinds of people who are ruthless enough to start amassing an army out of dead bodies, they're usually cunning and canny enough to play on people's weakness of heart. I know that there was some concern that John was skittish, a little paranoid, and unlike his usual self after returning from the mission. I'm given to understand that the display that he put on today is not his usual manner.
Definitely not.
So why was it so easy for you to rally against him in defense of Theo? why would you not leveling the same criticism at Theo based on his own actions? It may well be that he is under a vampiric charm. It may also be that that is the excuse you are using to avoid the ugly truth that your friend might have turned on you. If you will excuse me, I need to go and clean this up. I will see you later, and we can perhaps discuss organizing a trial for Theo after the 24-hour period has passed.
I just, assuming that Carson goes, I just turn to, is it just me and Lark now?
Oh, I thought Lark was still in the library with Lucian.
John,
Oh.
what have you done once you've come back? Or have you come back?
I have come back. Seeing as I've already dismissed the chest to the ethereal plane, and I have the bag of holding of Alina Norlov's shit, John is in his room collecting things.
Then I'm going to leave this here. John has gone to his room and is collecting things. Lark has taken the books to the library to discuss them with Lucian. Carson has left Archie standing in the foyer to think aloud while he goes to clean up the scar that has reopened. And Maximilian stands outside the doors of Theo's old rooms where he has locked away a former friend. With the group separated, ununited, within the halls of the dance, we will end tonight's session with everyone at odds. This has been the Danse Macabre. I hope you've enjoyed our game this evening. Those of you watching, and those of you who have played. It is a bit late here. Why don't we each... Well, I'll just ask you to share your favorite moment for your character from this session, and we'll move from there. Fun, what was your favorite Archie moment tonight?
Oh, boy. I think... I don't know why, but my favorite Archie moments tonight were him getting beat to shit. I wish he got beat up more physically.
Okay.
I don't know why. I just can't think of anything at the moment other than it's all I can think about at the moment.
That's fair. Scarlet?
Just the show being threatened by the Rite of... I just really like that, being threatened by the Rite of Radiance.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed Archie's very strategic web spit as well. That'd be on my Archie list. My favorite Lark moment would be probably the strategic use of invisibility a couple times.
Definitely.
That's something she's done before, so yeah.
Johnny, favorite Max moment?
I like the confusing way that... Oh, well, this isn't for me necessarily, but I like the confusing way that Theo was using like non-damaging spells to get away, not like actively hurting us. So it felt very conflicting. Like, you're not trying to kill us, but we do have... I wish he'd part of me wishes he'd used vitriolic sphere so that it would have been clear cut. Like, okay, time to kill him.
He didn't have it prepared, but
Yeah.
yeah, I had other plans until you gagged him.
You should have used blight.
That was my plan.
Okay. I think that would have changed that then.
I think so too.
Yeah.
It was a little bit hard to determine what the intention was, but I like that.
Mm-hmm. It made it more conflicting.
Get some gray. Get some gray.
Pat, John moment.
I don't know.
Holding him at gunpoint. I mean, like, come on.
I guess probably being held at gunpoint, basically. I didn't really hold anybody at gunpoint. I basically got held at gunpoint. And then was like, no, you're not allowed to be evil. Please stop. So, the budding confrontation with Theo that has been coming, I guess we'll let it at that.
Carson? For David?
Like activating the Rite of Dawn and the fact that it was like this very emotionally charged moment for Carson, where he tries to be very like logical and calm, and it's like just the metaphor of like the old wound being reopened, literally, because he's dealing with this situation of his antipathy towards necromancers being very much like partly motivated by like the Dance's mission statement, but also by like his own personal trauma. So yeah,
like we only saw Carson as this like logic-minded, like full focused, calm individual, and then there's like, there's a little bit of something under here, a little bit of trauma, a little bit of spice.
Don't stay in the dance that long without getting some sort of mental trauma. It was nice to start to explore a bit more of that with Carson's backstory too.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I hope you had fun tonight.
Yeah, I did. I just felt at odds. I felt like I couldn't do much with stealth just yet. I need to learn some stuff with good old shit.
Lumiere?
What's his name? Lumiere. Yeah.
Helviver said that Dawn in the middle of the street was Poggers.
Probably.
Alright, guys. Well, it's late, and I worked all day, so I'm getting tired. Why don't we wrap it up?
Yeah.
And we'll probably be back next week. I'm off next week, so that's the plan. And we'll see you for the dance. Have a good night.
Bye.
I'm going to start a raid, so you guys can chill out while I do that.